May I request all of you to please be seated? Thank you. Welcome you all to day 2 of Umagine Tamil Nadu 2025, where we inform, inspire, and innovate. Accelerating Tamil Nadu's tech progression is not just a theme. It's a reinforcement for tech organizations to pay attention to Tamil Nadu's thriving ecosystem. At Umagine Tamil Nadu, we are committed to propelling growth through the adoption of compelling strategies for startup, harnessing the power of emerging technologies for productivity, fostering innovation for e-governance, and leveraging geomatics for sustainability. Umagine Tamil Nadu stands as an evolving platform propelling Tamil Nadu towards its trillion-dollar dream. Thank you for joining us in shaping the future of technology, entrepreneurship, and talent mobility, contributing to the global wave of innovation. Today, we begin with a panel discussion on cities, suburbs, and satellite towns as engines of growth, how technology is enabling and accelerating the economies. First, I would like to call upon our first panelist for today, Mr. Ravanan N., Executive Director at Daily Hunt, CEO One India. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? An astute thought leader with 23 years of experience in managing teams across content, sales and business development, product development, and operation management across leading telecom operations in India, experience in having excelled in startup conditions and successfully scaling businesses from scratch, now heading content across the portfolio for India's largest vernacular platform and building the go-to content destination for Bharat. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Naveen Chandra, founder and CEO 91 Film Studios. Please give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage. He has over 30 years of leadership experience across films, TV, radio, print, and digital media in India and internationally. His studio focuses on producing, marketing, and distributing regional language feature films. Previously, he launched the Storyteller Funds, a SEBI-registered AIF providing structured capital to the regional film industry. Naveen has produced and distributed films in various Indian languages and helped build renowned brands like Times of India, Radio Mirchi, and Ghana.com. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon a moderator and speaker for today, Mr. Ish Sundaram, founder, CEO, Utpata Ventures. Can we all put our hands together and welcome him on the stage, please? Ish is the founder and CEO of Utpata Ventures, an early-stage venture fund and operating executive at Taival Capital, a market private equity firm focused on industrial and technology portfolios. He served as the Executive Vice President and Chief Digital and Technology Officer of JetBlue Airways Corporation from 2012 until his retirement in February 2021. He was a founder of JetBlue Technology Ventures and served as a director on multiple public and private companies, including SolarWinds, Intelsat, and Vesco International. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Gayatri Tyagarajan, CEO of Kinhood Technologies. Gayatri Tyagarajan, CEO of Kinhood Technologies and founder of KYN, a neighborhood discovery and connectivity platform, has over 2 decades of versatile experience in financial services and technology firms in London, New York, Zurich, Singapore, and India. She has held senior positions in various verticals like business strategy and leadership, data, technology, operations, and finance. As a senior management professional, she's effectively partnered with C-suite leaders to define the vision and manage the execution of business strategy, leading to targeted, profitable outcomes. We welcome you, ma'am. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Dr. Viveka Kalidasan. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please? Dr. Viveka Kalidasan is a visionary technopreneur recognized as one of MIT's 35 innovators under 35 and Singapore's top 100 women in technology. She is the founder and CEO of River Venture Studio, the world's first inclusive Industry 5.0 accelerator focused on sustainability and human-centric innovation. River Venture Studio helps Global Startup Cafe, offering pilot opportunities and fostering diversity in leadership. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Vanakkam, Chennai. Eppadi irukeenga ellarum? Did you all have fun yesterday? Who came here yesterday? Wow, that's amazing. Thanks for coming. Second day will be even better. I'm hoping for a lunch. I didn't have lunch yesterday. It was too busy, but today I'm hoping to have some good food. But thanks for coming. I know it's early morning for many of you, Friday morning. I am here for only one reason. I'm going to be very public about it. Gayatri says, you come, you come. That's it. Like, there is no other second choice. Thanks, Gayatri. We're very proud of what you do, with your team, and, had a great chance to interact with some of your team members. And before we jump in, we have an amazing set of panelists here. I was also thinking maybe இதை வந்து ஒரு panelக்கு பதிலா ஒரு பட்டிமன்றம் ஆக்கிடலாம்ட்டு, and I'm well seated in the middle too, right? So they can debate amongst themselves. So my job is easy, but I'm going to throw some good questions. What you're going to see in our panelists is not just visionaries and entrepreneurs and all those things, but they are really change agents. What they're all doing in different parts of their work, the community work they are involved in, is amazing and also a massive change to our society. I personally have seen some of the work Gayatri has done, and I got a chance to interact with Mr. Ravanan, and I was looking at your profile in the media. It's just inspiring to see that. So first of all, welcome. Thanks for joining us in the panel. The topic today is very interesting, right? How the world has changed. Cities, suburbs, towns. I come from a very small town called Tuticorin. How many of you know Tuticorin? Gayatri, I know you come from Madurai, and Viveka, you come from Madurai, and we all come from small towns, right? We're not like the big city people, like speaking fancy English and going to Don Bosco and stuff like that. We grew up in small towns, but something helped us to be where we are today and open the doors for us. But if I fast forward today, 30 years since I left, Tuticorin and settled abroad, the world has completely changed. Technology has rapidly changed, especially post-pandemic. The influence the suburbs and small towns have had on people's lives, and how rapidly the world has changed around us, and you can work from home, and the digitization of these things, the local, the marketplaces that has evolved. I live in New York, Connecticut area for the last 30 years, and when I come to India, I feel like we are 30 years behind in US in many things that's happening. So it's like the cell phone. Naveen, you probably would appreciate this, and you were in telecommunication too, Mr. Ravanan. Cell phones was first invented in US. Now we are 30 years behind in cell phones, right? India has surpassed because you skipped a generation. When cell phones came into India, it was rapidly a different technology, and you move forward. Like that, I think the digitization, the local marketplaces are all like surpassing the globe, and it's the best time, most exciting time to hear from different leaders around us, their thoughts and what they're doing in the communities, that is going to change lives of every one of you sitting in here. So welcome, and let's start the panel. Gayatri, first question for you. You are a change agent. You're taking information to the hands of people at local marketplaces with your Kin app. What really inspired you to do that? You spent your life in investment banking. It's the craziest job to be in. You love data, I know that.
Yes, yeah.
But why would you want to do this? Yeah. Why are you so passionate about getting that information in the hands of the local communities and impacting them? What changed your mind?
So there are 2-3 things that I actually, that drove me to this particular thing. So as you said, I'm a data person, so I actually look at, what we get. So if you look back, so many years back before internet actually came along, you had very little information that you actually had to synthesize. So in today's world, like I think in the audience, I can actually ask how many people are actually having social, everyone has a social, what is that? So the smartphones is what we actually have. So we get information from multiple sources that are actually there. So the velocity and the veracity or the variety of information, almost like, like each of us have become our own data lakes to actually get this information. So being technology people, you can all understand that, like unless you're able to actually synthesize that information, understand it, it is going to become very, very difficult. So for us, when I actually look at it, I also thought that, like we should be able to bring relevant information to people that is actually accessible to you. Now, outside the digital world, you want to actually survive in a community or an area that is actually there, which is of relevance or importance to you. And how is it that we can actually try and bring this to people is what we actually think. So whether it's entertainment, whether it's information that you're actually looking for, or whether it is, like how you do your time pass or anything like that, as long as it's actually relevant to you, then that means that, like you can bring in. So it's almost like a filter on trying to actually see how is it that we can bring this, and how is it that you can offer your services, because you're also a provider of information to multiple people. It can be your business, it can be your profile that you actually have, or your talent that you want to actually communicate, and it should reach the relevant people. And how is it that you're actually going to bring that? So relevance for me is the main driver to actually bring all of these pieces together. And that's the reason I actually thought, like I'll get into this space to make things very relevant to people.
You've had an amazing journey. Congratulations. I had a chance to, hear from your team, and most of your team members are here. Can you raise your hand here? You guys have to talk to them. They're one of the best, team I have spoken to. Very inspiring what they do. Viveka, you come from Singapore, my dream city. I always say the safest place on the planet is Singapore. Now Dubai is claiming a little bit of Singapore's fame. What have you learned from Singapore? The good and bad of Singapore, I know a lot of entrepreneurs, you interact with them, you inspire them, you work with them. What have you learned that you can bring back to India? And how do you see the relationship between your work in Singapore and India to kind of help us leap forward to the next chapter?
Yeah, thanks Ish, that's a very good question. I think one thing that we should definitely draw parallels with regards to Singapore is seeding entrepreneurship from a very early stage. From school children to universities, hackathons, innovation. I think a lot of you are here also that you participated in the hackathon. And also, it becomes a way of life, and government is also doing a lot of incentivization to this idea, and then what happens to the idea? You come up with some prototypes, and then what happens to the prototype? Nobody cares about it, right? And we as accelerators and incubators work with the universities, work with the students, and then try to productize it and bring it to the market. And I think with regards to what Kinhood is also doing, connecting directly with the students, that's where Gen Z, that's where the ideas are, and I think we all are enablers to make their idea into something, a product, So that's something that Singapore is doing, and I am very proud to say and see that Tamil Nadu government is also doing that. We are almost there. It's just that we are kind of on par, so we just need to walk hand in hand and take it to the next level, yeah.
Right. To the right of me is two of our top media professionals. The first thing that comes to my mind is Tirukkural. I love Tirukkural. I spend at least a little bit of time learning. And there is a Tirukkural which says, Epporul yarvai kepinum apporul meipporul kanbadu arivu, which is very powerful. There's a lot of stuff in the media, right? And you need to make sure that it's accurate. It's your responsibility to take what is available and you make it accurate. But the world of media has changed from throwing stuff to everyone to making it personalized. Ravnan, I would love to hear from you as how do you, the data availability is, billions of times better than what it was. And there is with AI and X and all these things, there's so much stuff around you today. How do you guys see that data and how do you distill that to make what is more relevant for the Ish and the Gayatri, because I have like 10 seconds to read something, right? And now if you think about the local communities and all those things, it's not like the front page matters to them. It's that specific information that matters to them is what is relevant. How do you see the world moving with technology and the local communities?
It's interesting you brought this question because the very rockbed of Daily Hunt, the mobile aggregation app, is how do we leverage technology and personalize content, right? And personalization is not an easy task. I wouldn't say it's been solved till now, but it's a journey, right? And like Gayatri was mentioning, she looks at a lot of data, right? In India, especially in this current context, there are two schools of thought. One are apps which take a lot of information from you, and the other are all apps that infer a lot of information from what you do, right? So there's explicit personalization and implicit personalization, right? So explicit is what you do in Facebook. Facebook technically knows who you are, who your cousins are, who's your brother, what's your brother doing. So it's a lot more easy for platforms like Facebook, Google. They'll know a lot more information about you, so they're able to info better. And personalization is generally the ability to predict what you are more likely to consume. And that comes from a lot of signals and data that you give, right? We belong to the school that doesn't take any login information, right? So the social apps build what you call as a social profile of an organization, of a person or an organization. What apps like ours do is we build what we call as a content profile. They're two different, I would say, ends of spectrum, right? Given this whole concern of privacy, I think we like to stick to the whole content profile. So what we do is we know a little bit of who you are based on what mobile device you use, which campaign you're responding to, which language you speak, which location you come. And from this, we go about a journey of trying to know a lot more about you, with only from the signals that you give on the content you consume. Right? It's slightly more convoluted problem to solve, but I think we've been doing that fairly well. And then you throw in another dimension of language, which kind of complicates it more. But having said that, I think today, personalization leads to probably 4 or 5x more engagement on content than any other platform. Right? Gone are the days when you have a chronological feed of content where you could just consume what they think you should consume. Right? And today, most apps, every home screen of the app is very different from everybody. The person sitting next to you sees something else, and what I see is very different, right? So, while the problem has thrown up a lot of challenges, and especially with a market like India where there are multiple languages, right? Multiple contexts, multiple nuances, but I think we are all on part of the journey. I think Kin also is trying to solve that problem in some way, but we should get there at some point of time. But personalization is the key because it provides you more context to what you're more likely to consume.
That's wonderful. I sincerely believe a lot of disconnect between the metro cities and township. Today, the gap that existed with with information sharing is now pretty much filled with social media and other ways of communicating. So you don't feel that you're left out in a small town today, right? Naveen, I know you spent 2 decades of your life in media and entertainment. Now you're an entrepreneur, investor. What has changed in your life from being a media guy, Times of India, to becoming who you are today? And how do you see your investment profile change these townships that you want to work with, the smaller towns and the medium-sized cities? Where do you see that growth for you?
Thanks, Isha. That's a good question. Thanks, Gayatri, for having me here. I think one of the first realities of modern society is that all of us are migrants, right? On this panel, Ish comes from New York. New York is a migrant city. I come from Bombay. Bombay is a migrant city, right? Gayatri is in Chennai. It's a migrant city. She's in Singapore. She's not from Singapore. She's a migrant to Singapore and so on and so forth. So I think essentially, all of us are living a migrant life, right? We don't belong to our hometowns. There's a beautiful Tamil film that released last year called Maya Zagan. How many of you have seen it? Okay, so this is a wonderful film. You should see it. It's about a lost childhood It's about migration to a new city and forgetting your roots. Arvind Swamy and Karthik do a terrific job. Very, very nice, small, easy to consume film. And it tells you what it really means to leave home and to go to a new city, and what it means to come back to the city and feel belonging, that this is where I belong, right? It's a wonderful film. I think you should all watch it if you've not seen it already. And I think in my media journey, I have, I have launched various brands. I mean, Radio Mirchi was one. And when I was launching Radio Mirchi, I remember we started in towns like Patna, right? So those of you who know media, Patna used to be under TAM called Media Dark, right? There was no media when we launched Radio Mirchi in 2005 in Patna. So Patna was not measured in Nielsen and TAM ratings. Patna was not on the map. Once we started launching Radio Mirchi, we started getting small local advertisers. You know, the Panwala, the tailor shop, the second-hand bookstore who passes, the IAS books down to the next level, etc. Those were the advertisers on radio. First time in their life, they had actually created a ad and they came on. So we sort of brought them on board and so on and so forth. So when I started looking at my journey as an entrepreneur, I first looked at regional cinema. I said I have to do regional cinema because regional cinema is where India is, right? I call it Mitti Ka Khushbu. In the sense, the real stories come from, back in the regional markets. I don't work in the Hindi market. I don't work in the English market. I work in that. Because I believe every migrant story, every story of human movement, every story of urban story is a story of home, is a story of going back home. And that cultural roots is what we're losing in some manner. And that is what, if you can get, that's a great thing. That sense of community is difficult in an urban environment. And so any effort at building that, I think will be great. So my inclination is towards that. And when I heard of KIN, I think KIN is trying to do that, right? Build communities, remind you of your roots, remind you of your people back home, and try to connect with local neighborhoods. So all of us, when we stay in Bombay, I've been in Bombay 20 years now, but there are still parts of Bombay I don't know. And I think it will be great to sort of know what is happening in Bombay. And I think in the new era, the more you go forward with AI and with technology, the more you want to connect back to your roots. I think that's becoming very, very evident, right? So that's where I'm sort of focusing on. So I do regional cinema. I produce and fund and invest and market and distribute regional films in 10 Indian languages. And I want to look at stories that come from those places and how, what I call mitti ka khushbu, which is smell of the soil, is what moves me, right? That's my journey.
Would love to see a movie on Tuticorin.
Yeah, sure.
It's been a while since Chingam was released, so would love to see another movie.
I just want to actually add a point to what Naveen just said. So this is something that I normally tell people, like when I go and when they ask me, like, why did you do KIN? So in the 90s, like there was a lot of desire for people to actually understand what's happening in the Western world. So you wanted to know about who's the singer in New York, who's the football player in UK, who's the stand-up comedian in South Africa, and so on. So that's when internet actually opened our eyes. And like to a large extent to what Ish actually said, Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Madurai, and like all these people from like tier 2 cities, we've all made it abroad to actually do a lot of things. And then after that, like fast forward, like we wanted to actually know nationalization was very pride, like India and things like that. You wanted to actually be very aware of, like North India, and like Ahmed Takin, Amir Khan, and Shah Rukh Khan, and others were actually there. Today, in today's world, what we're actually moving towards is localization, because you want to know who's your local stand-up comedian who's actually there, who is actually locally able to actually perform and sing and so on. So Motamadi boys, like all of those small talents that you actually have inside your home is what you want to actually go and understand. So in a way, like we've all realized that, like 60% of your time is actually spent in your neighborhood, at your home, or your workplace, or your place of study, and so on, where you want to actually get connected. You spend a lot of time there, so you want to know events around the place. You want to actually know people who are living there. You want to know is there a community that's actually there, basketball community or even a tech community where you can go and engage with them and so on. So from that perspective, like information and trying to actually get it more relevant to you rather than actually trying to look at everything else outside. So there's a shift in people pattern and behavior which is actually there in this, like vast information age. We're not trying to actually replace or anything like that, but, like if you really think about it, how tech is actually going to actually expose all of these small things that are there. So the events that are going on, those people who are there and what offerings are actually there and so on is what, will be more relevant and more interesting to people. And that's what we're actually seeing today as well with the number of people on what they search for in our app and so on.
That's pretty cool. Vivek, do you have something to say?
Yes, I also wanted to add something for what Gayatri is doing, right? One thing when trying to know what's happening local, more so for people who live abroad, even you told me yesterday that you're here too. Your mom is here, my parents are here, right? Aging population is becoming, it's going to be more than younger generation, but I think that, how can we make use of the younger generation to actually take care of the aging population, which is not living with us. So when I even, like on my phone, I follow NDTV and Hindu, right? And then I choose Madurai and in both to see what's happening there while I'm not in Madurai. More so because to see how it is affecting my parents. Whatever is happening is actually affecting my parents who are living here, right? So I think with regards to that, whatever Kinhood is trying to do to make use of the younger population to take care of the aging population is something that I think that's really very good. Yeah, and I think you should do more so, not just in terms of aggregating news, but also how to deliver something very faster, like which opens a new Q-commerce or a e-commerce, something like that.
That's a fantastic segue into this whole concept of micro-market economics, right? When I see something in the developed economies like US and Europe, this is not happening there. There is no local, delivery system. In fact, the town I live in, there is no food after 10 p.m. Everything shuts down. And Uber Eats last delivery is 10 p.m. And then you come to India, like you guys are eating at 2 a.m. in the morning, the best food. There are good and bad things about it, right? The city never sleeps in Chennai and Mumbai. And now I see that in Madurai and Tirunelveli, which is even more amazing. There is life after that, right? So the whole local economy is only going to supercharge with technology. So my first question, Mr. Ravanan, is you guys are in every nook and corner, trying to carry the news, but also you're trying to market something to people. How has your digital marketing changed in the last 2-3 years, and how do you see the next 2 years with AI and other stuff in terms of driving that local economic growth? Do you guys even think like that? Because everyone who comes to a news media not just comes there because they're reading something, but they're also buying something at some point, right? You're targeting that audience, and that drives economic growth for that city. How do you see that?
Before that, I'll probably put this whole hyperlocal thing in context. The way we look at hyperlocal from a content space is hyperlocal is equal to vernacular, right? I'm saying back in 1999 when we started our journey, probably we were trying to raise money, Indian language / vernacular, Indic language is not sexy enough. It is not very attractive enough to even raise money. Because it is considered Tier 2, Tier 3, largely driven by English and to some extent Hindi. I think with the advent of technology, a lot of digitization, I think this whole ecosystem has changed. And once this ecosystem has changed, we realized that India is not one country. It's a million Bharats. The whole VC lingo of million Bharats, right? And Tamil Nadu itself is not just one state because there's so much of heterogeneity, unlike the US. Probably there's one language that entire US speaks, right? We speak 1,622 dialects in India, with Tamil itself is having probably 32 slangs, 32 ways of, speaking, right? So, since our journey started with this whole hyperlocal concepts, we've been looking at this hyper-personalization very closely from day one, right? It started off with language, but then as we progressed over a period of time, consumer behavior also started getting more, I say, granular, right? And since we work on a lot of data, right, we try to match consumption with the propensity or intention to purchase a particular product. Right? So if you look at our personalization layer, doesn't just work on our content serving engine, it also works on our ad engine. And interestingly, the hyperlocal ad market works very differently from your overall digital market.
Right.
Right? Very different. As of last year, I think digital market is scaled to hit around 50,000, 60,000 crores, right? Of which I think now hyperlocal advertising is 30-40% now.
Oh wow,
yeah, it's a sizable amount of number. Like you said, right? There are local vendors who like to advertise. The whole SMB business, while it's long tail, but it's massive.
That's amazing. We're a little bit running behind schedule, and we have something more exciting that is going to happen now. I'll tee it up and then pass it around to the organizers to explain what it is. Gayatri's team has been partnering with, IT&T and, driving a lot of innovation in this community. As a part of that, they've evaluated about 50 plus startups or even more, and kind of distilled that into 25 startups that most of you are here somewhere. Raise your hand who are all part of that startup community.
No. This is the Inovate Hackathon.
The Inovate Hackathon. Wow, that's amazing. I spent some time with some of you in the front. Congratulations to being here. And then the 25, we have 5 exciting winners we're going to announce, and we have our favorite IT minister, Dr. Tyagarajan, who's here. I'm not going to steal his thunder, but I will have him to the stage and be part of us. Or maybe Hari, why don't you tee it up, and then Dr. Tyagarajan PTR can announce it.
Great. Quickly, to give you context, in line with the theme of Inform, Inspire, Innovate, we had this Inovate Hackathon Challenge for all college students in Chennai in partnership with the Umagine team. We had 300 plus registrations, 20 plus colleges, 100 plus entries. We had 5 different tracks to basically evaluate these students. We gave them 48 hours, news, user behavior, sentiment analysis, current moderation. All of you who taken part in this contest, congrats, all the best. We had 25 finalists. So from these 25 finalists, we have the top 5. We'll quickly go on to that and we'll invite PTR sir. So we'll start off with the special mention 2, which is the 5th team. This is a team from Chennai Institute of Technology. The track being content moderation. The team name Phoenix. Guys, give a very quick note on your project.
So, hello everyone, I'm Shrivatsa Ashwin from Chennai Institute of Technology, and we created a project called Lint Toxic, which basically linting the toxicity out of content. So we use some AI models to detect NSFW content, harmful content and toxic content, and filter it out. And we also used a system and a way to detect false information to give more truthful and accurate information to the audience. So that's a basic outline of what our project is.
And I would like to add something. Since Kin is actually a local load app, we have also integrated support for Tanglish and other mixed code languages, and we are planning on more support for other Indian languages such as Malayalam, Telugu, Kannada, for having a seamless experience for content moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, team. team number 4. This is again from Chennai Institute of Technology. It's called What Warriors. They worked on the track called Sentiment Analysis.
So actually we worked on sentiment analysis project. It is nothing but recently we have seen like in a particular post there will be many comments which may be positive or negative. What we did was we trained an AI model to detect whether a particular comment is positive or negative, and we can get the feedback like how that sentiment of that particular post was. And also we integrated many language support like Tamil, Telugu, whatever language may the comment be. It will translate it in English and it will detect the sentiments of the comment.
Well, moving on, the stakes get a bit higher. Team 3 is from Venkateshwara College of Engineering. Tech Easers. They worked on a project called User Behavior Analysis. A quick intro with a one-liner.
Hi everyone, I'm Jay Aditya, this is Akil Ahmed, and that's Devesh. We're from Sri Venkateshwara College of Engineering. We worked on user behavior analysis. Like they talked about, we are trying to build a content profile and a social profile of a user using graph networks and machine learning models, unsupervised learning, and we built an LLM layer on top of it using generative AI in order to build a comprehensive dashboard for user behavior analysis. I would like to thank Gayatri ma'am for organizing this, and sir, thank you everyone.
Cash prize worth 25K. Congrats, guys. Second prize is from RMK College of Engineering. The team is called Youth Tech. They worked on engagement and rewards.
Hello, we are team Youth Tech from RMK Engineering College, and we worked on engagement and rewards platform PS, and we first understood that the problem was user retention, and that hardly 10% of the people who download the application are using it actively. So after understanding this, we thought how we could increase the user base, and for that we conducted many surveys, and we understood where incentivization was needed. And to bring upon real world changes and incentivization, we created a feature for donating points and gaining points through quizzes within the app. And that's how we try to innovate and provide a solution to the problem. So, thank you.
Good work, guys. A cash prize of 50K. So, the first prize, again from RMK Engineering College. The team is called Navina Tamilar. They worked on a track called News Information. Congrats, guys.
Our application named Know Your News, shortly KIN, it's to symbolize we are in the same track. And the application comes with the features for a children's page, and it's a news aggregation application and customization. We have used artificial intelligence, machine learning algorithm for personalization by using each click and the likes. And it comes with the features for children and for exam preparations and for events and for old age peoples also. And saving feature also is available. You can access the news in offline.
Yeah, the main thing we have did is we categorize our audience as children and focus on them for giving children specific news. And for old people, they won't have the idea of reading the news. So we provided the feature to listen the news like FM radio. They can get the live news as it comes. And then we also given the feature of preparation page, which aggregates news related to the respective competitive exams. The main feature we have added in it is we can generate questions out of that news. This all within.
Good work, guys.
So we also added events page so that we can, anyone with an organization can add an event, announce it publicly, and categorize it whether it is weekly, yearly, so that. Thank you.
Cash prize was 1 lakh. Congrats, guys. All the other teams, after this session, you can collect your certificates from the organizing team. Right. We'd like to thank ICT Academy, IT&T team for helping us organize this. Now I'd like to share the mic to PTR sir for a few encouraging words.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed much of the session, but I'm very happy to be here to give away these prizes. I'm informed that we're going to try and work through IT&T to get internships for all the winners of these awards with startups. So I think that'll be a wonderful thing. But I think even more, I've now had the experience of attending a few of these hackathons, and it's incredible to me the kind of new thinking that young people bring. I remember I was young once, and I used to think outside the box a lot. So especially in this age of rapid evolution of technology and new kinds of problems which many of us cannot relate to because, you know, many of us prior to the social media era, prior to the ubiquitous living on your cell phone era, I think many aspects like those highlighted today, sentiment analysis, content screening or automated screening, filtering and selection, all of these, I think there's a lot more to be done. And so one of the things we've been talking about actually is for next year's Umagine, for 26, to have a year-long event taking the best aspects of all the different hackathons we've seen across all the colleges and the youth of the state, and work towards a separate kind of youth event in this during Umagine. Next year we've taken both arenas, both this one and the next one. And I think we'd like to bring a few thousand students in, having gone through a process of hackathon for a whole year. There's so many problems that need to be solved. Even in the Smart India hackathon, I noticed that many governments had given their problems. And I say this very often, the complexity of society, the scale of society has changed dramatically, and most governments have not adapted adequately around the world. I'm not talking about politics now, I'm just talking about administration and governance. And so a lot of governments can actually use a lot of new ideas. So I think some combination of commercial plus social and public benefit. We'll run a year-long hackathon and hope we get brilliant people like those we saw here today to work on problems both in terms of economic impact but also societal improvement. So this is a wonderful start. Thank you to Kin, thank you to IT&T, thank you to the panel here, and we hope to do a lot more of it in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would have Gayatri, our CEO, address the gathering.
Hi, a couple of quick words. So thank you, Minister, for gracing this occasion. So I'd like to actually say a little more about Umagine and the effort that, the IT Ministry, the IT&T, and the ICTA have actually done. So just as you guys have a small stage this year to actually do this hackathon, thanks, Minister, to actually say that, he'll take it far wider across the state. Last year, I had the opportunity to launch Kin in the innovation arena. So I had a tech launch that was there. So although I'm a media company, we're still a tech company as well. So it's nice to see the IT Ministry supporting not just, startups, but also extending their support to students as well. So it's like a journey that we all have in terms of taking hoops to become, student creators, and then, startups, and then trying to actually move on to become big industrialists. So I'd really like to actually thank you for the opportunity, sir. So thanks a lot. Thanks. Guys, sorry about the interruption. So we had to actually do the prize distribution so that, the minister could actually be around for that. I'd request all the panelists that we stay back so we can complete the panel, because there's a lot more that we wanted to actually talk about in terms of technology and how tech is actually enabling societies to actually grow. Particularly in Tamil Nadu, there's a lot of changes that's happening. So we can just talk about it and complete the panel. Thanks.
Thank you, Gayatri. We have some extra mics. The best use of our time probably is to you can ask some questions for the panelists, so it'll save my time. So I'm going to pass the mic to start with some questions from our audience.
Hi, this one's for you guys. See, so this is listening to...
Can you hold the mic close so we can hear?
Okay, I'm not loud. Okay. So this one's for you. From what I've heard from the panelists, and especially your thought behind Kin, it's almost like coming back to roots. So coming back to roots, is that a challenge, or coming back to a familiar turf, is that making it easy?
Coming back to the roots. I think the question was that, is coming back to the roots, because I've lived outside India for 25 years. So the question is coming back to the place where I belong, is it easier or tougher? I'd like to actually say that, it's a bit of both. I think it's more easy because, like culturally, you're actually still very connected to this place. And as each of us have actually been trying to say that, like trying to, I can't remember the phrase that, like the Hindi phrase that you actually use.
Mitti ka
Something
khushboo.
about mitti, yeah. Yeah, so that is what, like attracts and draws you back. The only change is that, like when you come back, there is a lot of change that's actually happened. So technology and everything has actually transformed. So today when I actually look at the same Besanagar or when I'm looking at Ananagar, I'm looking at it through the digital eyes in terms of, like how things have actually cracked and so on. So trying to actually come back has been easy. Culturally, I think, there's a lot of changes that's actually happened and we still have a long way to go. But home is home at the end of the day, so it's much more easier to actually come back. Oh, from a business perspective. Oh, from a business perspective, I think India, Ish actually brought up this topic earlier. He was talking about cell phones in the US and the communication patterns that are there. Infrastructure, although, they had discovered telecom and telephones earlier, the technologies that you actually have here are very different. 10, 15 years ago, when in New Jersey, when Path was the only thing that was there was only one Hyatt there, and the place was completely empty. So in my Credit Suisse office, if I had to make a call, I used to actually come outside, stand outside the building, and actually speak to them. And I used to laugh at them to say that, this is what's actually happening in the US, but, in India, when I'm going from Chennai to Tirunelveli on a car, I never lose my, 3G connection at that time. So I used to actually say that. So from a tech perspective, I think the infrastructure in India and in every Asian country is actually much better than the Western world, and it's actually improving. And today, I think there's 1 billion plus smartphone users in India itself. So you can see that the time is actually right for people to actually embrace technology, embrace digitization, get more familiar with it and so on. So from that perspective, it's actually been, very different. Doing business in India, if somebody says that you're a woman entrepreneur and you can't actually do that, I don't believe that. Every country has its own challenges. Women entrepreneurship is, it's not a big thing. You just have to actually plow along and actually do that. If you're able to actually work in an investment bank with, 50 other men who are actually dominating traders and you're actually having to sit with them, I think coming back home and working in your own place and trying to move forward is much, much easier. You just have to have a positive outlook and just move on. So I think India is still a very, very nice place, thriving place. Lots of opportunities for people to actually move forward. And it's the outlook that you actually have to start as an entrepreneur and actually move on.
Let me also try and answer the question commercially, right? So when I say Mitti Ka Khushboo also means that when the pandemic happened, a lot of people got introduced to the digital economy. People who never had ordered anything online, for the first time started ordering things online, right? And now there was a potential of a small farmer, small business in the back of beyond of Tamil Nadu to actually have his produce delivered anywhere in the world. So if you were, situated in the US and you thought of home, and there was, let's say, a North Arcot biryani that you remembered, right? There is now tech delivery that enables you through tech to have that delivered anywhere in the city or beyond the city. Coimbatore has been known for pumps, right? I mean, for years. Shivakasi is known for firecrackers. And these are brands that rest of India knows that belong to these parts of the country. But there's a lot more local commerce that can now become national in nature. So the lines of national and local will blur. It'll essentially, you can deliver. Technology now enables you to, technology is an enabler. I mean, although AI is trying to enslave humanity, but tech, by definition, is an enabler. So if you use tech as an enabler, you can solve a lot of problems delivering commercial things. In West Gujarat, in Kutch, so there are the artisans who used to make these intricate textiles, which is handcrafted. For years, it's been their craft, only transported through trains and traders. Today, on digital, people from Germany and Spain and Mexico buy it. So I think, yeah, it's an enabler. I mean, when small towns become hubs for commerce, people move back. So Nasik, they created multi-acres of lands into vineyards. through contract farming. So now there are 25 wine brands that are made in Nasik that are exported all over the world. Now that place is on the map now, which, you know, beyond 20 years back, you would not even know a place like that existed. So I think integrating of the smaller towns to bigger towns and that material khushbu in commerce, you can get it if you use tech to enable, I mean, if that answers your commercial question. Yeah.
Okay. We'll take one from the back.
Yeah. This is to Mr. Ravadan, and one more question to Ms. Gayatri. As an aggregator, what is your strategy vis-a-vis the publishers and content creators? And I'll also can ask Gayatri also, you talk about micro-marketing and neighborhood. What's your definition or understanding of what neighborhood is, or perception of what neighborhood is? Thank you.
I'll probably take the question. So, when we started the journey, right, back then, content didn't exist digitally to a large extent. So the problem then was very different. Problem was trying to convince publishers to give us their content without them feeling that we violated their copyright space. But the journey has now progressed to such an extent that today we have every single publisher who's digitally present on a platform, right? So it's a journey. The strategy has evolved over a period of time. Today, I think we've gone beyond a point where my partnership team has any strategy. They're only maintaining partnerships now because we've almost got everybody onto the platform. Having said that, that's one layer of a publishing ecosystem in India. We have those organizations which create content. But as you go downstream, you have a lot of individual creators who started creating content, right? So for that, the strategy is slightly more, I would say, evolved, needs to evolve a little more, because we see that a lot of noise gets generated from individual content creation. I think quite a few of these kids at the Hackathon tried to solve the problem of moderation, right? If you see any platform that's gone through a journey of individual content creators, has stepped back a little because it creates a lot more noise than what you'd want. So today, content creation is slightly more, on the text side at least, is slightly more controlled. While on the video side, there's a lot of problems. Now, if you see, Facebook has just changed the strategy on moderation. It's moved towards community notes. Because I think the scale at which it needs to be done is very expensive, right? So that's going to be what defines your strategy on content aggregation.
I'll just answer your question very quickly. So I think Professor Gopi was asking about micro markets and my definition of hyperlocal. So hyperlocal is any area that where you're actually standing and like what's going on around you. So in Chennai, like there are about 16 or 18 corporation zones that are there. So I can actually belong to Adyar. So for me, like people in Adyar and that marketplace, maybe the 3 to 5 lakh people in and around that 3-kilometer radius, becomes the marketplace that's there. So when I'm defining about marketplaces, I'm talking about people living there, the shops and entrepreneurs who are actually there, the clubs and communities that actually exist in there. So how is it that that particular community can actually become a self-sustaining micro market economy? So I'm talking about that shopkeeper and that person who's actually there trying to understand what's in their neighborhood, where they actually go, how they can actually leverage that neighborhood for their own things. So you might actually be, like students who are doing Viscom, or you can actually be tech people that are there. You can actually create a smaller, solution for the local shop to be able to actually market or enable e-commerce for them so that they can sell in that particular space. So how is it that, like people are able to self-sufficiently manage within that economy and build that economy forward is my definition of micro markets, and that's what I'm trying to actually push along. So in Chennai, if we actually have 6 or 7 very strong micro markets that I'm actually trying to create, more than 30 or 40% of the GDP of Chennai is probably coming from those areas that are actually there. And how is it that I can enable commerce for them so that, like they can actually grow bigger and not everything gets digitized. There is a level of digitization. Trying to bring digitization to the non-digitized world is also something that, like we're trying to attempt. And that's the objective. And I guess some of you from your hackathons have also given us some more ideas in terms of how we can take the thing forward as well. So thanks again. Thanks for your time. I think we're running a little over to the next ones, but
all the panelists will be available just outside. So if you do have any questions or suggestions, please come and speak to us just outside the hall. Thank you. Thanks again for a wonderful morning, and thanks to Ish, Ravnan, Naveen, and Viveka as well for flying and taking all the time to actually speak to us and making this very memorable to us. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I request you all to please stay back for a few minutes? I'd like to call upon Mr. Guru Chandran, District Revenue Officer, ELCOT, to please come on stage and felicitate all our moderator and speaker today. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? First, we'd like to felicitate Mr. Ravanan N. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Next, I'd request Mr. Naveen Chandra to please accept this as a token of love. Can we all give a huge round of applause, please? Thank you. I'd now request Mr. Ish Sundaram, Ms. Gayatri Tyagarajan. Can we give a round of applause, please? Last but not the least, we have Mr. Ish Sundaram. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much once again for this insightful session. Let's take the inspiration from the ideas shared today to drive innovation and collaboration for a brighter, more connected future. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are now moving forward to a masterclass on cybersecurity challenges, innovation, and talent needed in marketing. I would request, please, all of you to stay back. It's a very short session. And the speaker for today is Mr. Abdul Kayum. He's a compliance and risk at State Bank of India. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome him? Abdul Kayum, Manager of Compliance and Risk, Regional Business Office, Chennai Central, State Bank of India. He holds a PG Diploma in Business Management. He has an industry experience of 17 years, ranging from corporate world to banking industry. He has worked in international business division, business banking, retail segments, products, and now taking one of the core compliance and risk areas of SBI. The association with SBI is for 11 years now, and he's here to do a masterclass on the cybersecurity challenges, innovation, and talent needs in banking. May I request you all to please put your hands together as we welcome Mr. Abdul Kayum on the stage. Request all of you to please not leave the room. I request all of you to please be seated. This is a kind request to all of you who are leaving the room. I request you to please be seated. I request those of you standing behind to also come forward and please take your seats. Those of you who are still standing in the back, may I request you to please come forward and take your seats. This is a kind request to all of you who are entering the hall. Please take your seats. May I request everybody entering the hall to please take your seats. Now we have a masterclass on cybersecurity challenges, innovation and talent needs in banking. For this, we have our speaker here today, Mr. Abdul Qayyum, Compliance and Risk at State Bank of India. To say a few words about him, he's a regional business office head in Chennai Central, State Bank of India, holding a PG diploma in business management. He has an industry experience of 17 years, ranging from corporate world to banking industries. He has worked in international business division, business banking, retail segments, products, and now taking care of compliance and risk areas at SBI. The association with SBI is for 11 years now. May I request you all to please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Abdul Qayyum on the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdul Qayyum. I'm from State Bank of India. Won't be taking much of your time, and we'll start with the cyber security threats that the banks are facing nowadays. When I say banks, it is not only about the banks; it is the bank system, infrastructure, customers, the third-party vendors, and whosoever is associated with banks in India. To start with, I'll just say a brief about what is cybersecurity. Anything which is done using a computer system and an internet, it can be for good, it can be for bad. Cyber criminals are attacking the computer systems of banks for not only misusing data, taking control of the account information, sensitive data of individuals, transaction histories, but also a lot of funds. So basically, cybersecurity in banking has become the frontline defense against ever-growing wave of digital threats. Billions of dollars in sensitive data is at risk, and banks are under constant pressure to be one step ahead, always be one step ahead of the cyber criminals. So we'll start the presentation. When we ask what is the use of being digital or how it is going to help us, as a banker, I can say it provides us 24/7 availability in terms of transactions. Transparency is increased. Whatever you put in system is going to be reflected, is going to be affected. You need not stand in queue at the branch, fill up application forms to do NEFT and other service requests. Reduced human error. Again, what I said, whatever you enter, the result is going to be accordingly. Improved customer convenience. Sitting in your bedroom, on your sofa, using your laptop and mobile phones, you can do all sorts of transactions nowadays with the help of technology. It can be starting from online shopping, booking tickets, booking appointments, searching for a match for your children, making donations, recharges. There are a lot many things. But at the same time, when the technology has given these many benefits to us, the use of, or you can say misuse of technology it has become very common for some people who are trying to deceive people, who are trying to defraud people without a hesitation to get caught. So this is actually very difficult for banks as well as the other organizations who are dealing in public money to prevent and safeguard their systems from such threats. Cybersecurity in banking basically refers to the technologies and practices that are designed to protect against any kind of cyber threats. We are not only having the data of customers, financial data is there, personal information is available. There are so many social security numbers of customers that in case it is compromised, it can have detrimental effects on the image of the bank. Customers, of course, they are having a faith on the bank's, trust on the bank that whatever information we are sharing with the bank, it is going to be secure, it won't be disclosed to others, and that is how there is a deep trust on the banking industry by the customers. It is not only about the money which is involved, rather the data, it has got more value. So basically, it is about securing the entire digital infrastructure of a bank from online banking system to internal databases against any kind of unauthorized access. Now, why do banks need cyber security? First one is, as I said, first one is customer data protection, because customers have given their personal information like social security numbers, addresses, transaction details. A competitor can misuse these information if they get unauthorized access to all these. Maintaining customer trust and reputation. Basically, trust is the foundation of any banking relationship. Customers trust the bank and they provide the information to the bankers with a view that whatever details they are giving, it will be kept secret from anybody else. And also, bank has a policy not to disclose these information at the request of any of the other customers. In case there is a court order or something, we can very well disclose this information, but not to other customers, simply on their request. So whenever there is loss of data, loss of breach of trust, it has repercussions, it has a long-term impact on the trust and goodwill of the bank. So maintaining customer trust and reputation again I said, overnight reputation, perception of people can change towards a bank. When we hear about some incidents happening in some private bank that the shares are going down or some CEO is arrested, we make a perception that we don't know whether the bank is going to continue or not. People start taking out money very quickly. Overnight the perception changes about a bank. So the image of a bank, how they are going to maintain the customer trust, it is of utmost importance. Compliance and regulations, there are so many compliance and regulations imposed by the controller, Reserve Bank of India, and all the stakeholders, all the other organizations like PFRDA, IRDA, SEBI, all these controllers and regulators have got a set of rules and regulations for banks operating in India, and we have to comply with all these. Otherwise, hefty penalties and fines can be imposed. It can even lead to cancellation of licenses. Critical infrastructure, see, whenever there is a cyber attack on banking system, first thing is it affects the infrastructure of the bank, the servers, the computer systems. And once these things are affected, the performance of the operations, the functions like UPI transactions, internet banking, all these will go down. Either the speed will reduce or it will be a complete shutdown. Then to recover from this, banks takes a lot of time. It involves money also. It involves a lot of cost also. So that is how to avoid all these things, bank has to take care of its systems. And of course, ensuring business continuity. I think it's visible. So there are a few Hello. 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 So some of the common cybersecurity threats that are faced by banks nowadays is phishing attacks, a very common thing which was there in the earlier days also. We get a link through email or messages. We are asked to click on it, which redirects us to the bank website or to some other web page where we are asked to share information about our social security numbers, our bank account details, and that is how it gets compromised. This problem is not only faced by the banks, but in fact, banks' customers, the employees, everybody is facing these challenges. And it is still very much in fashion. Although it is very old, but it is still very much in fashion. Malware and ransomware. Ransomware, everybody would have heard. Somebody will have unauthorized access in your system. They will get control on your system. System will be logged out. And to access your own system, you will be asked to pay some amount. Eventually, we end up paying something. Either we will be losing the data or we have to pay something to get back the access to our systems. It can be the computer system or even the mobile phone. By installing some malicious apps or clicking on some links, one connect is established between our computer, our mobile phone and the cyber criminals. By this, they will get control and access to our systems and they will ask us to pay some amount to get back the access, to get back the control of our own phone, our own device. Malwares, malicious softwares, again, not from reputed organizations, reputed companies. Instead, banks, I should not say banks, but many of us often go for shortcuts where we are getting free version of very costly softwares and applications. We download it just like that. Once we click on it and once we install the software on our phones and systems, it creates a link and it starts passing on all the information from our device to the cyber criminals. This is how a bridge is made and they get access to our information which is stored in the device. It can be photographs, files, contact numbers, anything. So be careful with this. Distributed denial of services attacks. What do these attacks do? It will slow down, whenever there is such attack, it will slow down the computer systems. System will take more time in executing an application, executing a transaction. You enter an ATM and you expect that within 2 to 3 minutes your transaction will be over, but it will take more time. You will feel like my ATM card is stuck. Or when you are doing an internet banking transaction, the OTP will take a lot of time to come. Sometimes you have to click on resend OTP 2 to 3 times and eventually the page will be out. Amount gets debited. Again, it's a matter of concern. So this is done by creating a kind of traffic in the system by the cyber criminals so that the entire system gets slowed down and eventually it will affect the performance of the transactions for the bank. NEFT transactions will not be settled in time. Internet banking will take a lot of time. Sometimes it will be a complete shutdown for the banks. And end of the day, we often read in news that Facebook was shut down for so many hours. X was not working or IRCTC never works. All these are there is a possibility of DDoS attacks on these systems. Advanced persistent threats. Under this kind of attack, cyber criminals will enter into the systems of the organization in a way that it is not recognized in time, and they will be there in the system for several months and years. Sometimes it is very difficult to find out because our systems are not so good in India to catch each and everything. And many times, as long as they are in systems, they will be stealing information and the organization will not come to know about it. So this kind of threats are not very common in India, but it is reported from many of the other organizations across the world. Third party and supply chain attacks. Banks or other organizations, we are relying on so many third party vendors and services we are getting from outside. Sometimes there is a loophole or these third party vendors create a backdoor for cyber criminals to enter into our systems. This can also be a probable threat for the systems where we can lose some important information or money. So what do we do for effective cybersecurity solutions for banks? Not only for banks, for all of us as individuals as well, multi-factor authentication. After logging in the internet banking, we enter our user ID, password, and then one OTP comes, which is to be entered. Without entering the OTP, system doesn't allow us to enter into the system. So this is called a second factor or multi-factor authentication. It can either be an OTP or a thumb impression or a CAPTCHA, anything. It creates an additional level of defense in the system, thereby reducing the chances of fraud. End-to-end encryption. If the data of ours is encrypted, even if the cyber criminals get into possession of this data, they won't be in a position to use it for their benefit. It will be in encrypted form only. So encryption should be strong enough. As an engineers, we should try to make such softwares where the encryption level is so high that even if the data is compromised, it cannot be misused by anybody. And ultimately, the cyber criminal has to dispose it off without getting any benefit of it. AI-powered threat detection system is a system which uses a lot of data collected across the systems, and it studies the patterns of transactions in the system. Thereby, it will try to find out is there any lapse in the system, is there any malicious attempt to get unauthorized access to the systems, the data, the information of banks. This is used by SBI actually. It is already implemented. Zero trust architecture. Systems are there, procedures are there, but we should not trust anybody. On every level, on every entry point, there has to be a checking system, checking mechanism. So following this thing and without giving any kind of relaxation to any of the levels, we can ensure privacy of data. And security incident and event management systems. This system is yet to be implemented in India. What this system does, it is an extension of the AI powered threat detection, wherein it will be analyzing data for the entire banking system, the entire organization system, and if some, you can say, something unusual is figured out in the verification, it will, an alert will be sent to the concerned department to recheck the thing. So this will basically, it will try to figure out if something is going wrong in the system, and in early stages itself we can detect if there is some abnormality. Best practices, how to deal with it, regular employee training. We should train ourselves as well. Conducting regular audits. Of course, regular is a audit is a kind of post-mortem, because if something has already happened, then we go for audit. But in case there are pre-audits, or what I do is I'm a compliance and risk official. Before the audit comes to the branch, we go to the branch and we check for the records and data, and we advise the branches in case anything is not in order. So such kind of pre-checks are always beneficial to find out if something is wrong. Keeping software updated, update the software, keep the patches updated. Never download software which are from unauthorized sources, never go for free, nothing comes for free in this world. If you get a free software, probably you won't be getting updates, security updates precisely. Implementing strong password policies, of course. Developing an incident response plan. Incident response plan, whenever there is a problem, we have to come with resilience. There has to be a return with the same vigor and same energy. So it's in SBI it is called BCOR, Business Continuity and Operational Resilience. Whenever there is a disruption in systems because of natural calamities or system failure for some other reason, SBI has a system wherein we can quickly come out of it, and we can keep providing uninterrupted services to our customers without any disturbance. Hardly it takes a matter of few minutes. We can arrange, we can have an alternate arrangement with some other branch, nearby branch, and customers can be redirected. So whatever transactions I went to do at this branch, I can easily do it in the other branch also. This is called BCOR, which is available all over India for State Bank of India. As I said, it is not only about banks, it is about individuals also. So these are some common cyber fraud mechanisms adopted by cyber criminals nowadays. Phishing links, the old good method where we get mails and SMS with a link. SIM swapping, not very common, but of course when it happens, it is very detrimental because all the OTPs start going to that new number and the person can get access to your systems. Fictitious online selling platforms. iPhone available on website, one website is for 1.5 lakh, another website is selling is for 95,000 rupees. Brings a kind of suspicion in us. So double check it, verify, check for the authenticity of the website, check for the number of visitors on the website, go for the reviews, try to identify the fake reviews and the genuine reviews, and finally you can decide about whether I should shop with this particular website or not. But it is always better to go for the reputed players rather than going for the unknown ones. Wishing calls. These are calls. Sir, I am calling from State Bank of India. You have to update your KYC. Instead of asking you to go to the branch, I'll say, sir, you can share the details with me. I'm sharing a link with you. And once a link is given, it creates a link between you and me, and I can get everything, whatever you want. These cyber frauds are not a single, cyber criminals won't use a single technology for doing frauds. They will use a combination of 2 to 3 things. First, they will get access to your systems by either giving you some great offers. You can call it greed also. By giving you some great offers, they will try to get access to your systems, or by creating a fear in your mind. These are 2 mechanisms that are used by cyber criminals nowadays. It is called social engineering. It works on either greed or fear factor. Greed of getting higher returns, greed of getting free lottery ticket, some lottery ticket, or some world tour, some reward points, good returns in stocks invested by you, bitcoins and all. So this is one technology used by them. Second thing is fear. They will try to create a fear in your mind that if something so and so thing is not done, you will be losing this amount. You will be losing the life of your near and dear ones. You will be having an income tax rate. You will be caught by police. Some case will be registered. So these are the 2 techniques with which cyber criminals will try to finish their task. Basically, we often get into these things and we have to choose either of these. If you are not so well educated, if you are not so well informed, then the chances of getting caught is very common. Even bankers are getting defrauded nowadays. So be careful with phishing calls. Digital arrest scam, this we will discuss later, briefly, of course. Courier scams, it is another form of digital arrest where some people will call you and say some parcel is received which contains something, some powder-like substance. And it bears your name, your Aadhaar number is found, your phone number is there, so you have to come for an inquiry. If you want to avoid that, better you go to some police station and you appear over there. If you want to avoid that also, you have to pay some amount in the form of bail, and we will arrange for dismiss this case. But please be mindful, any of the organizations who are into investigation, CID, CBI, even police department, they never do all these things in a digital way. Please educate your families and elders also, children also. There is nothing like digital arrest or digital proceedings. Everything in India so far is physical only. There is no digital arrest. It's always physical, and they will be, in 99% cases, they will be following the SOPs. They have to follow their SOPs. So try to understand, whenever somebody is giving you a shortcut to get away with some legal implications, beware, disconnect the call. It is not going to cost you anything. Screen sharing apps like TeamViewer, fake details in search engines. Sometimes the search engines itself are fake. Always look for the padlock symbol on the top. And of course, you can see how many visitors are there on the website, contact numbers given on the website. And avoid having any unknown or unverified apps on your system. This we have already discussed mostly. This is another kind of fraud which nowadays we are facing. In the name of interviews and training sessions, companies, some of the companies will ask to make you payment, but none of the good companies or reputed companies will be charging any amount from you before getting you on the roll. So never make such payments. Be careful. Lottery fraud, again, you have won a lottery of say 1 crore, you have to pay 5%. Oh, it's a good deal. Simply by paying 5%, I'll be getting this much of amount. No, nothing comes for free. And especially for lotteries, be double careful. Juice jacking, whenever you find a port where you can charge your mobile, always carry your adapter with you, adapter as well as the data cable. Simply don't insert the data cable in the charging slot because it can juice your data, phone data. If adapter is there, it will work as a protection. You will be getting only the current to charge your phone. Data will not be passed. So often on railway stations and airports, we see such charging points. Be mindful, don't use simply your data cable for charging the phones, better use the adapters. Along with the adapters, sorry. This has become very common. I think some of us would have received calls like this, that you have been digital arrested for something, and you have to pay an amount to get a bail bond. There will be a setup, there will be a video call where judges will be sitting or policemen will be sitting in uniform with flags in the background, and they will be talking as if they are calling from some investigation department in Mumbai, and they will tell you that, sir, your name has appeared in some unlawful activities and you have to face consequences. So immediately come over to Mumbai. We have a hearing scheduled for you. If you fail to arrive here, then we have to issue an arrest warrant in your name. They won't give you time to think over it. They will ask you not to discuss anything with anybody. This is how they will create a sense of fear in your mind. And ultimately you will be following their instructions. So these are all mind games which are played by cyber criminals to extract money out of us. Again, they have a benefit. They won't be getting arrested, no. It's very easy to get escape. And chances of arrest are minimal. They will disconnect the call. Many videos are there on YouTube where we see such cyber frauds have called a real policeman. And real policemen have uploaded those videos on YouTube. So there is nothing like digital arrest. Arrest is only physical. Be careful with your transactions. If you have not done something, you need not worry. If you disconnect a call, nobody is going to take action against you, not even the local constable. Nobody will take action against you. And whenever you come across such thing, please inform the bank. Please inform the bank wherever you are maintaining your accounts. Always note down the phone number of the branch manager or branch staff. Customer care numbers are given in all the passbooks, backside of the ATM cards, credit cards. Always be in touch with your bank. Change the passwords. Once you realize that something has gone wrong, you have to report it. The moment you feel like something is going wrong, it has gone fishy, you have to change the passwords. Change the password, block the ATM cards, block the internet banking facility, and later once everything gets settled down, you can again change the passwords and start using it. Courier scams, as I said, DHL, Jumbo Box. Some do's and don'ts for ATM cards. It's all very common, known to everybody. This is one helpline number given by our Government of India, 1930. For any kind of cyber frauds, we should report it to 1930, or we can lodge our complaint to cybercrime.gov.in also. Apart from and in addition to informing your branch manager or branch staff, you should report on this also. Once a complaint is registered on this, it travels down up to the last institution where the money has been transferred. See, when somebody takes your money or transfers the money from your account to one account, there will be a chain of transfers. The money goes instantly to so many banks, so many accounts. So it is always beneficial to report the matter in the golden hour. That is the moment you realize it has to be reported immediately. So thereby the chances of recovering this amount will be on higher side. 1930, the department says there are chances of 80% of recovery when it is reported well in time. So the moment you realize something has gone wrong, even if it is midnight, try to report it immediately. At least start the procedure. So simple creating a password, auto lock, trusted network. Okay, these are some toll-free numbers of our bank, very easy to remember, 1800-1234, 1800-2100. The first one is actually very easy, 1800-1234. This is the customer care number on which you can make a call and report to all sort of cyber incidents or all sort of service requests also. So with this, we come to the conclusion of this session. Thanks for being a very patient listener. I wish you a very good day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now I would like to request Ms. Elaborisi, Deputy Collector, Tamil Nadu E-Governance Agency, to please come on the stage and felicitate our speaker today, Mr. Abdul Qayyum. Thank you so much for contributing to such a meaningful session. Let's contribute, explore and learn and innovate together. Next, we are moving on to the other session, which is a panel discussion on the topic, building a tech talent ecosystem, nurturing the next generation of innovators. And for this, I would like to first call upon Ms. Rama Devi, Chief HR Officer, who will be the moderator and speaker for today. Before we move on to that, we'll take a 5-minute break and we'll come back to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Test check.
May I request all of you who are standing behind to please come forward and fill the seats in the front. This is a kind attention to all of you standing in the black. Please come forward and take your seats. Now we're moving forward to the panel discussion on the topic, building a tech talent ecosystem, nurturing the next generation of innovators. And for this, we have a moderator and speaker, Ms. Rama Devi, Chief HR Officer. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please? Rama Devi, a seasoned HR professional with over 25 years of experience, blends strategic expertise with operational excellence. She served as an Indian Armed Force, first women air traffic controller, handling critical flying operations. Transitioning to IT, ITES and FMCG sectors, she excels in talent strategy, employee engagement and leadership coaching. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I would like to call upon our first panelist for today's discussion, Mr. Charan Kumar Shetty, Director, UPS, Indian Technology Center. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? Mr. Charan, Director, HR at UPS India Technology Center, is a seasoned HR professional with 25 years of experience in consulting, talent acquisition, HR transformation, and workforce planning. With experience at Randstad and L&T, he excels in leading teams, driving transformational projects, and mentoring future leaders. Can welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to welcome the second panelist, Ms. Jayanti Vaidyanathan, Vice President and HR, PayPal India. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please? Ms. Jayanti Vaidyanathan is the Vice President and the Head of Human Resource at PayPal India and has played several strategic roles globally and across the region. During her 25+ years of diverse experience in human resources, Jayanti has led HR, the high-tech technology and consulting fields in companies such as Conveyance and Fidelity International, where she helped partnering strategically with business leaders. She is the recipient of the Most Powerful HR Professionals of India Award by the World HRD Congress and an Innovative HR Leader Award. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, I'd like to call upon a third panelist for today, Mr. Sri Mahedesha V. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome on the stage? Mrs. Sri Mahedesha V is the Jurisdictional Director of Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, Chennai, under the Ministry of Electronics and Informational Technology, Government of India. With over 24 years of expertise, he plays a key role in administrating the STP, EHTP schemes for promoting software exports and developing the startup ecosystem in Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, and Andaman and Nicobar Islands. He has made significant contributions to the IT industry, ESDM sector, startups, e-governance, and cybersecurity. We welcome you, sir. I'd like to call upon our fourth panelist for today, Mr. Srikanth, CEO, ICT Academy. Can we all put our hands together and welcome him on the stage, please? Mr. Srikanth, Chief Executive Officer of ICT Academy of Tamil Nadu, is a seasoned leader with over 20 years of experience in education and IT, ITES sectors. Since joining ICT Academy in 2012, he has advanced through roles now driving strategic planning, government projects, corporate partnerships, and education technology. Passionate about bridging the industry academy skill gap, he promotes digital empowerment, entrepreneurship, and career development. A frequent speaker advocating initiatives like Skill India and India Digital. He excels in programming management, partnerships, and government relations. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, all. It's my proud privilege to be with this esteemed panel today. And as we all know, the pace at which the industry or the technology landscape is changing, it's important and very pertinent for the manpower to be ready for that. The world belongs to people who can innovate fast and keep up their pace with the moving technology space, right? So this esteemed panel today will be sharing their views and visions on how to build a technology talent ecosystem which is sustainable, especially for Tamil Nadu as well. Their views on how to build this talent ecosystem and explore some of the strategies for cultivating this ongoing, innovators which we need. We really need innovators to keep up the pace of the industry what we are having. So, the first question or rather, first topic which I would like to, garner your attention is towards updating of curriculum, which has been discussed much about, how the curriculum followed in the academies or the technology institutions need to be updated on an ongoing basis to match up with the industry expectation. So, what are your thoughts on that? What's the frequency of this updation needed, and how can curriculum be commensurate with the technology demand of the industry? So, would you like to go, sir, first on this? Shrik?
I just put it this way. See, we are in the living in the cusp of transformation of digital journeys, be it in personal life and business journeys. First and foremost thing is, I think, with a lot of disruptions which is taking across the industries, okay, we should be very cautious about oneself in terms of, we should not be forgetting that we are human beings. It's the first and foremost thing, because that's the one thing, because we are connected with emotions, feelings, all that, right? So with that, I think very important that one has to be for oneself in our lives. Coming to the digital era, so I think tons of data is available, and we are actually not with us, especially students. I am feeling that in this audience is more of, I'm sure that more than 60% of the audience is actually students from various esteemed organizations, institutions. I would like to say that so you please be balanced in terms of what you learn, and make your foundations digital learning very, very solid in terms of basics. So having said that, these two things, balancing life as well as the technology learning. So from the point of view, your question is basically how do you make the school, our institutions syllabus much more oriented towards making them industry ready kind of a thing. See, thing is, our institutions by and large, we are actually regulated by UGCs, okay, MHRD and all. So we are actually going with a kind of a framework under which Government of India or concerned bodies actually put up the framework under that need to be, every syllabus need to be put into place. I feel that I think some autonomy also need to be given in terms of how do we basically institutions make their own syllabus in terms of going with the industry, what market demands are, and how we can cope up with kind of a demand and supply kind of bridging this gap. That is a kind of autonomy, because most of the institutions today are actually being autonomous because of this reason. So I think they have a lot of, they're actually well ahead of the curve in terms of those actually not being autonomous. But at the same time, the catch is, the flip side of the being autonomous is that how do we make up the students? It's not like just making factories and creating labors, techno labors. It's not like how do you make 360-degree person? How do you make that kind of a thing is very important at the same time to have a holistic development, because the workforce need to be leaders tomorrow. How do you make that journey happening? I think that that's how I think. With that, I'll leave it to.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So Shrikant, I would like to pick your brain on this, because you have been a conduit between the academy and industry. And what are your views on the curriculum updating, and what should be the pace, or what are your thoughts on that?
Good afternoon, everyone. See, just to give you an add-up, that ICT Academy is there since 2009 and 2008, and we have been finished 16 years of our journey. You can also visit our booth inside. So what I'm trying to give you, the perspective is that on the curriculum design, most of our services are endorsed by industry only from day one. So example like Oracle or a Salesforce or Fortinet networking, name any IT company, or giving their curation of their contents, everything to us. We are training the faculty. Through faculty, we are training the students, getting them the international certification, by which they are getting into the employment quotient. Just to give you a small example, that a company like MongoDB. MongoDB is almost similar like Oracle. They have a program called DBMS, which is the most sought after now. You name any company like Zomato or Swiggy, any of them are used, the backend platform is used by the MongoDB platform only. So that is a new norm, and most of the companies are using. What we are doing is that for the product whom we are trying to position with the colleges at large, making the student ready, the users of MongoDB are recruiting those students. This is the first intervention. Second, if any of the colleges are here, want to really add up a new curriculum, we have a set of courses which are all industry-based courses. Autonomous colleges can straight away add up into their curriculum, no problem. Second is that with other Anna University colleges, you can have through BOS or this thing, you can take an approval and do it. So as the moderator was telling, our DNA or our paradigm is only the industry-based curriculum. So we have been nurturing, we have been changing it over the period of 16 years. And if you say and Microsoft BI or Azure, which is also offered in a platter to the faculty and to the student. You name any technology, including we are talking to a company called Snowflakes. We find Snowflakes technology is very much used. A lot of industries are taking. We are gone into that. We also realize that AVGC, animation, visual, gaming, comics, which is a new norm, that a lot of companies are hiring. So we also gone into the domain. So whichever domain we feel there is an intervention required for a faculty or to a student, we can do. This is the first thing. Second, as the industry people are sitting, we are tied up with each and every industry in the market, starting from Infosys or HCL, any company you see, they are tied up with us. They give the pedagogy, content, everything. So my point to you is that at large, the solution of the academia industry gap or the analysis skill gap issues are being addressed continuously, theoretically and practically also. So that is being, intervention is we have been doing because that is our core working strength.
Thank you, Shrikant. Ma'am, if you can, take on this. As companies, as a global organization operating in the tech space, how do you find the educational system producing industry-ready graduates?
I think we just spoke about it in our lounge area as well. I think today every organization is invested in doing a lot of customized programs to ensure students coming from campuses are really industry ready or company ready, right? I think what you go through is a very generic curriculum. There is a need for us to invest, like Sharon was talking about what they do at UPS. Similarly, we do at PayPal, invest in boot camps to ensure that there is readiness. But I think a few things that cannot be taught even in a boot camp, maybe I'll touch on that because I see a lot of student community here, is from a skill standpoint, your functional technical skills are a given. We expect you to come with fundamental skills, which we can help you groom, okay? That's a no-brainer. We can enable you to, get functional. But what we see as a gap today, every company is going through a transformation today. You take a business, and India is booming, with such stories. So how do you understand, not just know what you want, but have the attitude and the aptitude to get to what you want versus focusing on obstacles along the way? Many a time when you're going through transformation, the workforce has to rally, right? We need the entire organization to walk with us on that journey. And more often than not, we end up spending time not in developing products, but ensuring that people are, with us in this journey versus just saying, oh my God, this will not work, that will not work. So develop a mindset to follow. I know you have to ask questions and be open about it, but also develop a mindset to follow. We had one of our values long ago, which was debate, decide, and deliver. Debate is done. Decision is made, start delivering. Focus on, what you have to do versus just focusing on obstacles. Sharpen the saw, again, is very critical, Rama, I'm sure. Absolutely. These two axe cutters were spending the same time cutting the tree, and one was like felling trees by the dozen, the other was not. And what he did, he was sharpening what they call sharpening the saw at home, right? That's what helped him. So continuous updation. We talk about innovation all the time. For me, it's not that $1 million idea, but incremental innovation, what you do, small things that you can bring to the table. So these are skills that one cannot teach even in an academic institution, but as students, how do we think about those and adapt to that is a big question. As companies, we are ever willing to work with academia to enable some of these through various, and there are various tools to do that. So I know it's a long-winded answer, but thank you for that question.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that. Charan, would you like to chime in on that?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We are on the consumer side. When I say consumer side, we pick people from colleges. So we are a consumer. We expect a certain limit of competency to come from there. But we also understand these are all freshers. You right from the colleges. There's a generic kind of topics being taught. But what we look out is that just not the technical front. Technically, yeah, you teach them .NET, Java, full stack, all fine. Theoretically, they're good. But practically, are they good is something that we sometimes find them a little lacking on that. So I think the exposure, again, we were talking on the launch, is that a lot of colleges have these internships as a last 6 months as a tick off and say, okay, do internship, you're off and done. I think internship should be there at least for a year. That's how people will learn. That's how people know what's really happening in the industry. When we picked up a couple of people from few colleges, and of course, it's not that we don't go for city-based colleges, but we are very clear that we want to hit Tier 2, Tier 3 colleges, because those guys, we find them a little more commitment level there, they're a little more agile, because if sometimes when we speak to students, they say, I want to do a job only in AI. I want to do only machine learning. They're not agile. I think that is not going to work for you guys. I think at least first formative years of, let's say 3-4 years, a student community has to be very, very agile. It's like, for example, we remember IIMs types, they will put across everything, marketing, HR, finance, for first 1 year, 2 years, they go through that, and then they put on a specific role to say, okay, this is where you are going to be. So I think the mindset of the students has to change that, first of all, let me be agile to come. The second is that, as Jayanti said, that, the soft skill is something that we find is something that we lack. When they say soft skill, for example, just imagine this. We are going to bring a student, they're going to talk to somebody in the US, UK, or Europe. First of all, they will get very, very perplexed and say that, what are these guys talking to me? I'm not able to understand. And if you don't understand that communication, what those guys are talking, it's very difficult for you guys to go back and also answer them back. You may be technically strong, but are you able to give the clarity of thought? Are you able to give that very clear communication to them? That's a little difficult. So along the technical skills, maybe the colleges can also concentrate on developing soft skills. Communication skills will be there and aptitude will be there. So that's what we look as a combination when we pick up people from the colleges. Just not technical skill. Technical anybody can do. For example, we just went to a college about 2-3 days back. Somebody scored a high 92% cutoff. But when talking to that particular person, they were not able to articulate the project itself. So technically they're strong, but then we shifted to a vernacular language, and then they were able to speak in Tamil very fluently, and very clearly they were able to tell us what they did. So, but that is not the need of the hour, because we are going global. We are not in situation only in India or Tamil Nadu. It's about US, UK. A lot of GCs are coming down, setting up shops in India. So your communication skill has to be very, very good. You can do that. It's not that nobody from a rural side cannot do it. Anybody can speak. It's about practicing. Just about last point, we picked up 15 people from a Tier 2 colleges about 6 months back. One of them, one of our colleague's friend, they also went to a campus, and they saw 2 students talking in English. Okay? Conversation in English in that sort of a Tier 2 city. Then he asked them, this is why, I'm surprised that you guys are talking in English. Why? He said, we have been picked from the UPS. We know we're going to talk to US people, so we don't started practicing not talking English. And that guy took the video, sent to me and said that this is what it's happening in the colleges. I thought we felt very happy about that. And that is what is required from the college community also. Yeah.
That's inspiring, isn't it? So we can make 100 programs, but the ultimate readiness has to come from the student community, right? No willingness to go that extra mile and learn little extra than what the college curriculum is teaching is what is coming out from all my panels discussion. So just to pick the thread again between probably Madhish and Shrikant, how do we ensure that this sort of the ICT sort of initiatives are given to even the underserved communities or the far-fetched tier? You talk about Tier 2. What about Tier 3 or villages? So is there any direction from the government so far to take these sort of programs into lesser or other remote places of our country as well, because we are being a very, very large population here.
Look at today we have about 1.4 billion population in India. I think more than 50% we are already connected, internet connected. After that, if you can look at the stats of, basically how many of them actually engage with social media and digital literacy and all. So when it comes to that, it's about more than equally as internet connected. Those who are connected, I can put it this way, digitally literate. In a way, how do you access the technology and start using that technology point of view? If you can look at, with the introduction of UPI, the things have dramatically changed in India. That gives one of the best example how basically we are adapting to those kind of technologies. in our basically digital lifestyle, how one has to be there, and also business entities can embrace those. But having said that, Government of India looking at the very important aspect of digital in our society to uplift them, and also making individuals digitally literate. A lot of programs have been unveiled. So for example, if you have to look at so National Skill Development Corporation is one of the entities actually closely working with the Government of India to skill building programs. And some of the programs like Atal Incubation Centers, Atal Tinkering Labs. Basically, Atal Tinkering Lab is to millions of students. They want to get engaged in about, create a curiosity about digital journey, and then get embraced, basically create a kind of a curiosity and interest in making sure some kind of a prototypes in their kind of a college schools, very in the elementary school itself, and then build building blocks about that, and then start taking about. The moment actually the kids, actually the school goers get interest about it, actually they'll create an interest and then take it forward in terms of digital journeys. How do they become very technocrats and then eventually becomes the expert in that technical domains. So digital literacy, a lot of rural digital literacy rate, ITI, diploma levels, all that has been going on, and Government of India's like Pradhan Mantri, this one, there is some PM VYS, okay, Kaushalya Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Kaushalya Yojana, that is also one of the important program, and Pradhan Mantri's apprenticeship program. So most of the students may not be knowing about these apprenticeship programs and this kind of a scheme. SID is also there, Skill India Digital Hub, like Skill India Digital Hub. So see, there are many programs, we can look at that. It gives a lot of about digital, how one can make use of the kind of technologies. And yes, government is very pushy in terms of making sure that not only taking this network access to the digital in terms of BharatNet and things that making the internet available in the rural side, but at the same time, how do we make them digitally connected and digitally literate? So there are many programs. I would request, I would actually suggest that everybody that make use of those kind of a platform, very fantastic, but at the same time don't lose out in terms of where you want to be at the end, where you want to excel. So make your path very clear about it.
Thank you. Shrikant, would you like to add on anything on that aspect of the government outreach programs to reach out to the students of remote students or in remote areas? Or from the industry perspective also, like were you having any programs to connect with such underserved areas of our country?
The intervention from government, we are doing a project. Actually, we are funded by MeitY only. The company was formed in 2008-9, funded by MeitY. So we are doing a long-term program with MeitY now that we are going to create one center of excellence in Madurai, in Tyagarajar College, on ESDM and EV. So the Government of India has announced a policy that a manpower development scheme, particularly for this industry. So we are establishing our first campus there. The colleges and students will be able to access to the, making them ready for the semiconductor industry on the ESDM industry. That is one intervention we are doing now. Second intervention is there to NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation. We have launched two programs. One is for the TOT. That is a training of the trainers. Any faculty member is here, can actually enroll for that program. You will be getting access to the latest technologies domain, like example AI or ML or any domain you talk about it. We are trying to certify the faculty member. That is one program. Second is that, third is that we are also going to train some students also on the new technologies. So this is on the intervention from the government side. Other than that, there are some running programs which we do concurrently, consistently with the government support in various forms. That is one. Mainly, if you see, 90% of our work predominantly stays with industry only. These industries only are approaching the government also. So government also felt that the sovereignty or independence with ICT Academy to tie up with us. I'll just give you one example. Infosys, Capgemini, Honeywell, ITC Infotech, you name any IT company, even Cognizant, TCS, have been part of our journey. They have funded us, and we are doing a 5-year project with the MIT. We are doing a 3-year project with Infosys, training some 45,000 students. My humble request here is that whichever industry is sitting here or any of the industry people are here, really want to tie up with us. Whether you want to come as a speaker, whether you want to come as a mentor, whether you want to come as an affiliator, collaborator, we are welcome. You can play a big part with us, either in the faculty training, industry endorsed training, or you want to become our speakers in various seminars, what we do, touch base with the clients we can do. We have our senior members also here, who are senior members. We have a stall also. You can connect with us, this is one. Second, with the faculty, we have a host of faculty programs, both funded by industry and funded by the government. We have a faculty program which is running, cutting across all domains, from IT, ITS to AVGC to ESDM to life science, to name any sector, including BFSI. We are also doing a large program with the fintech area with a company called Finestra, based out of Pune. We are doing a program. So any industry is already available with that. So you can endorse that. Third, with the student segment, every institution, in fact, we have a CIT chairman also sitting here with us in the gathering. Any college, we have a spoke model. Every college across India, we are doing some 2,000 colleges across India. Every college we have kept a spoke model. There is a spoke in a college who act between a mediator between ICT academy and the institution. All are driven through a spoke. So the colleges, students here can approach your spoke in your own institution, who can take our services. We are doing a lot more programs. All this program, whatever we are giving, a Salesforce Cloud Architect program, or Oracle program, or Microsoft Azure BI, Fortinet program on networking, most of the programs are given without any cost to you. So that we can do. Then finally is that we also have our own research journal, which is also UGC CARE. Some of the corporates who are pursuing, who want to publish your papers for a PhD, you are also welcome to submit your papers to us. That's one. Second, somebody wants to become a peer reviewer, you can also become a peer reviewer. On the Umagine, on the closing today, with the Deputy CM, we are going to launch our special issue on the AAML. Today's special issue, you will find that there are 5 articles which has come from UK, from the foreign people have done. So, intervention is large. Whoever want to play a role with us, in any form, with any industry want to play a role with us, we are open-ended.
Yeah, if you don't mind, if I can just add, I think I can vouch for what Mahadesh said. We've been hiring first-generation learners, especially from non-tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 areas, and we put them on par with any campus grad, put them through a special boot camp, and I can tell you the quality of candidates have really gone up thanks to all the programs that you're speaking about. We've seen that. But I just wanted to also kind of park a few points on the table. One, I don't know if you're following a straight jacket approach, right? Let's come up with these bunch of programs and let's digitalize this and give it. Can we do more of, institutionalizing programs that work for the local community? Maybe in the vernacular, maybe in agriculture, maybe in textiles and so on. So it supports the local businesses, and development in that particular community. Second, I think like many of the countries, especially Southeast Asian countries, which mandate a year of military service or jury duty, can you consider looking at, if not 1 year, at least a few months in one's lifetime where people like us can go, the student community can support and spend time integrating the community, because they're all first generation learners. I mean, you don't have parents who are educated. None of them are educated as, for most parts, right? So it needs that community to come together as well.
Just to add on to, before you ask, the thing is, train the trainers model is very important, because the kind of a population we have let me tell you, the moment actually we put some percentage of a population, it's like workforce, okay, to make it industry ready for that, it's very highly difficult for any institutions or anything, because we have to train the train models. I'll just give an example. See, for example, if you have to train some student community or education institutions community as a large, what you have to do is I tried that, I wanted to do it in Karnataka government, engage partners, corporates, and mandate corporate that every corporate should mandate there are architect level person who should actually build take up at least 2 sessions in a year to every colleges. Okay, they can train the faculties. The faculties will train faculties and students of the final year degree. They will actually train other students. Okay, and you can create a kind of a portal for that. And government, the moment actually government mandates this, I'm sure that corporates, hand in hand work with academics. Academics actually is kind of a spillover mechanism. Then they can reach out to the masses and create what is the skills level required, which is actually high tech, or maybe in the very fundamentals, or at those who are actually want to be in the support services. You can navigate those kind of things, and I am feeling that the corporates who are in the, actually if you want to create high tech, this one, engineers, I think architect levels, which is actually very, very less to find out in the industry. Those communities available, if the corporates come forward to engage with the government and start doing this one, and this can transform in terms of reaching out to those who would want to aspire to be those kind of levels.
Sure, thank you. That was a very different thought process, Jayanti ma'am, which you added. The industry need not be specific. What is probably relevant for the communities in the remote areas, like can we create more job opportunities by relevant interventions, whether it is industry or academia or government coming together and creating programs which is more relevant to the remote areas for underserved areas especially, is something which would be relevant. So that's a thought process which you are mentioning. So moving back to the IT and the skill gaps which we were talking about. As a global organization, to both of you, how do you view Tamil Nadu as a talent hub? It's very specific to the state we are in. What are your observations about Tamil Nadu as a talent hub?
I think the reason why I picked up at Chennai or Tamil Nadu to be set up our own GCs talks a lot about that. We did a lot of research before we finalized this particular location on that. One is the availability of talents there. I think the education system by far is a little better than any of the states here. I was talking to a candidate a couple of days back, and then she's typically somebody from the north, and she had done education in Chennai for last 10 years. And we said that why? Then she said that the education is better here than there. So I think it's already established fact that we will have a good education systems in Tamil Nadu. We'll also have a good talent coming in. But what we also seeing now is that we may need to expand it beyond metros, for Chennai and kind of thing. So it needs to be a tier 2, tier 3. I think again, to reiterate my point earlier, we need people who's not a fly-by-night operators. Come join, experiment 6 months with this organization. I don't like the job. Let me go. That is a little more higher in some of, for example, Chennai city. But if you give an opportunity for somebody from a down south or tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, they want to prove themselves. That is where we want to leverage on, and that's where we want to give them more kind of inputs on that. And I think the talent, they're very, very eager, very hungry to make a mark. Only thing that we had to tweak is how do we mold them before they come and join us. Again, that's very critical from a part of every organization that we need to do, whoever hires from colleges. So it is not that, we go to a college, we pick up people, they do the job day one. It's not going to be that like that. These are typical people who are 4 years theoretical knowledge, who are just transforming into a corporate life, from a college to a corporate life. Very difficult to manage for 6 months, because college you have lots of fun, but again, corporate is not like that. It's a fun in corporate, but then you have to also work along with the fun as well. So the transition to move from a college life to a corporate life, that's something that we need to handhold people on. But I think if we as a corporate take responsibility to ensure that whom we picked up, because we don't pick, by seeing 10 people, we don't pick 8 people. To pick up those 50, 60 people, we could have seen some 600, 800 people. They could have gone to different assessments, then we picked up. The responsibility and accountability is on us to ensure that they are successful. I think that's where whatever the colleges will teach them, whatever the students will learn, we also have equal responsibility to do that. But whatever we've seen is that talent community in Tamil Nadu is really good. I think we will be expanding it in coming days as well. I think that's where we picked up this location also. So it's no doubt this is a place that a GCC has to be there.
Excellent. That's great news. That's great news.
No, I'll just quickly add that we have a very thriving software development center in Chennai. We've just signed an MOU with the Tamil Nadu government where we've committed to hiring more 1,000 people for niche jobs across 3 years. So we feel really supported, you know, with the current programs from the government, and the skill development programs are also kind of complementing the story. Like Charan said, 20%, I was just reading an article, 20% of the engineering population comes from the state. Great colleges. I feel the one issue that we had earlier around communication is getting better. I also feel there is global sensitivity and cultural orientation a lot more in the talent we pick up in Tamil Nadu, for sure. So those are all the parks, the IT parks and all that, you know, there's space, and the government is reaching out to us to, you know, kind of incentivize companies to come and settle, you know, come and do work here. If there's one thing that I would see for us to get better is definitely, I know with metro and all that's getting better, but infrastructurally and commute, if you come out of the airport, I want my city to be like as green as some of the other cities, model cities, and clean and so on, and so that we can also attract a global community a lot more.
Global talent
yeah. And while we are great at fundamental technical, communication is fine, I think leadership, strategic thinking is where I think we tend to invest a lot more. So would request if the government as well as the colleges can really leverage corporates as well. It's a joint kind of complementary action. We're here to support, but that's a few areas that we need to focus on. And of course, a startup community. How do we make it as thriving as some of the other states?
Right, sure.
While we look at for technically these guys are strong, you also need to understand that when these guys after 5-6 years, the aspiration to get in managerial level. I think that's somewhere we also feel that, you know, there's a little bit of a gap. So if this could be also part of a curriculum in terms of, because the corporates, we do a lot of leadership skill development programs where we bring people in for people experience, and people who are at CXO levels also we send them for leadership learning. So if the government can also invest a little bit on that, and colleges can invest on infusing the curriculum itself about leadership skills, I think that could be really, it's basically a good combination of, you know, there are leaders can be made. It's not that they're born, you know, so you can really make it up, but that's something that we also wanted to see if that could be a little bit of support and help from the government on this particular front.
Sure, thank you. So those,
If the time permits, I will just touch upon. See, government intent is to basically take this industry behind metros. Okay, I must have seen this Digital India program under that very successful scheme, India BPO promotion scheme. In fact, I was one that initiated this kind of a thing to basically create a jobs in tier 2, tier 3 towns. Okay, and let even non-technical persons should be, you know, part of the journey of digital journey of India. So with that intent and created, and it has been quite successful. We created about, the intent is to create about 1.5 lakh new jobs. It's not the repetition, new jobs. So that has made a significant progress. And today, if you can look at STPS centers, okay, to promote this industry, we are actually emphasizing more about smaller towns. So 57 centers out of 65 centers in the pan-India, we are about in the smaller towns. Coming to the Chennai thing, see, the thing is blessed with, you know, kind of a good infra as compared to Bengaluru, because in terms of, you know, less traffic and things like that. But it's nevertheless, I think we'll have to take this to the tier 2, like Madurai and all that. And in the recent meeting of ministers, I was actually mentioning that you can make use of Vasuru as one of the gateway for Tamil Nadu. You can attract a pool, a talent pool who are working in the cutting edge technologies, bring to Chennai, and now basically empower this kind of startups in whatever way government can this one, and startups can be encouraged, incentivized to set up their units in smaller towns. This how this can percolate across Tamil Nadu region, and it can prosper, and every individual get benefited out of that.
Thank you, thank you. Definitely, there is a a positive impression about Tamil Nadu colleges. In fact, from in my organization also, we get at least contacted by one college in a week, asking us to come and set up technology labs and have the student interaction. So that there is a lot more rigor and approach from the academia is definitely there towards the industry, encouraging us to partner with the colleges. Definitely, therefore, Tamil Nadu is actually pushing themselves as a very approachable talent market, and making it very amiable for the corporates to invest as well. So that actually segue into my next question. Again, to Mahadesha and Srikanth, probably if you can take a stab on it first. What measures have Tamil Nadu government taken, to nurture startups and the entrepreneurs, especially from this younger generation entrepreneurs, basically from educational institutions, or is there any specific programs which are happening?
Okay, two things actually. IIT in ICT Academy is actually established this campus. We have office in IITM Research Park. We have technically gone there only to help the startup community, either for their hiring or helping the students to come to IIT Research Park, do some startup activity. Their ideathon can become the reality. We have technically gone there on a 22-year lease. That's what we are there. So 440 companies are there. There are around 13 center of excellence are available. So what we have seen in our journey for 3-4 years now, a lot of colleges actually got benefited. One is that the startup community has opened up for them, and some of the colleges have tied up. I'll just give you one example, that Avanashilingam University based out of Coimbatore. A student had come on an industrial visit to the institution, 45 students. They had come, they had met, incidentally they met a Professor Ashok Junjunwala. Most of you know a renowned professor, he was there. They had given one solution for a blind people. What is the solution? That really make into reality. Today that 45 students have started a startup, funded by IIT Madras. Startup, now their turnover is 1.5 crores. Started with a turnover of 45 lakhs. We have seen into our face-to-face. So this is a bigger intervention. They are in the third floor there. You can actually see their product. They are trying to make it as a patent. It's a very unique product they have done, a sensor-based product. So such is the intervention that we have created. Having we gone there, we are able to do this nurturing of startups or helping the students to start up the journey. And we are also understanding what is the difficulty of a startup there. The main two things is that one is marketing, second is a manpower requirement, talent pool. That we are trying to measure it up and take it up. And the second is, finally, is that there are 13 center of excellence starting from EV to clean energy to battery energy up to quantum computing, up to 60 test bed. Every department, government of India, heavy industry, MeitY, telecom, everybody has invested in some 13 to 14 center of excellence. That center of excellence, they have got an industry academia tie-up. There we are playing a role. DRDO, they have a big establishment there. They have one program called Young Scientist Program. See, technically, as we go there, we are able to understand. One is that we are moving with IIT professors. We are talking about the new technologies, new inventions, new innovations from the startup, one from the IIT side. That is also make our very job easier. As a holistic, as a wholesale requirement, we are able to give it to the academic community at large.
Thank you. Would you like to add on that? And
yeah. So would like to take up or shall I? Yeah. See, STPI and MeitY, we set up 24 Center of Excellences. We are not calling it Center of Excellence, we are calling it Center of Entrepreneurship. The focus, very focus is not only building technology, how do you make entrepreneurship journey? So how do you give holistic kind of a support in terms of mentoring support, industry connect support, marketing support, as well as seed funding supports, as well as accelerating term in terms of Series B and C kind of funding accessibility. All that we have 24 Center of Excellences. Each of them actually having very niche areas of domains like you name it anything, AI to IoT, cloud security, cybersecurity, blockchain to all that technologies. So each one of actually doing very good in terms of creating this one. We created about 1,500 startups. We generated at least if we can take about 10 into this one, it will become a 15,000 employment has been generated. And let me tell you, most of them actually operating in the smaller towns. Okay, and this government is pushing a lot in terms of creating entrepreneurship ecosystem in the country. And we wanted we government to look forward to create a kind of a products instead of becoming a service-oriented company. Product nation and IP has been taken one of the leading thing in making sure that every company will be doing innovative jobs and file the patents, and that's how companies can evaluate and prosper in terms of this one. But as far as skilling is concerned, I think there are a lot of skilling requirement is coming up, because one have to look outward. In the moment any student community make sure that fundamentals are very clear in mathematics, fundamentals very clear about the science, and then you can look at, then it comes fingertips in terms of coding. Coding is not at all in a kind of an issue, because the coding comes with if we name it AngularJS to whatnot, Ruby to R programming, all that becomes very easy to this one. So skill building, once you make the fundamentals ready, skill, you can pick up the things and you can, basically excel in that. With the AI coming in, so please be very clear about what is that you want it to be in the AI journey. And it's going to transform, there is no doubt about it, but be this one. And AI tourism also coming up, because talk about like regulation of AI, and testing of AI, risk, how do you make sure that the tool is going to be assessing that kind of a thing, whether it's biased or not, unbiased, all that. I think so a lot of opportunities in terms of space technologies, things like that. And student community can choose which field wanted to excel. And if you want to become engineers, yes, opportunities are there. But if you want to be excel in our business life, I think entrepreneurship journey is the key element. You would love to learn about, along with the technology, you should learn to know about business as well. Business means you have to, how do you collaborate, communications, all that together. Thank you.
Thank you. In the interest of time, we probably will have to wind up. So unanimously, the panel has agreed that the building the tech ecosystem, the talent ecosystem, is going to be a collective journey of the academia, of the student, of the government, of the community, as well as the businesses, right? So that's what we are all looking for. And for the student community, there is plethora of opportunities available, whether it is government-led opportunities or organizations are giving such opportunities. ICT, like academies like ICT, is offering such platforms. It is for us to find what is the right platform for us and leverage that for the betterment, whether it is a student journey of becoming a technologist or an innovator and becoming a startup and an entrepreneur. That is something which the individual has to choose, right? So we can take one or two questions, if in case somebody is interested to ask any questions to the panel. Yeah, I can see that lady there. Please, go ahead.
Good day to all of you. Before I ask the question, I am Kaushika. I'm a final year studying in Sarita Engineering College right now. This is a question that I would like all of you to answer, but it mostly sprouts from Charan Kumar sir's idea. Like the first 4 years after one college student comes out to industry, the first 4 years we should be agile. That is, we should try to explore all the departments that are there, and then see where we excel in. The question is that would it cause an overload of knowledge which may further bring in confusion? Would that be a bottleneck for freshers, or is there a way to curb that?
Okay. Thank you. That's a nice question. When I say agile, the mindset of the students sometimes when they come out of college is that they are very fixed on one specific domain. Okay? So what I was trying to tell is that don't have that mindset. Okay? You may be good in AI, for example, but if somebody is given an opportunity to work on something else, explore that also. Maybe using this particular knowledge, you can do well there also. But at the same time, our organization also is going to observe what you're good at, what you're not good at. Right? The moment you maybe down to 2 months, 3 months down the line, when they also see your interest level, they may come back and say, hey, this person we picked up for this particular domain, this particular skill set, but I think he or she is good in that as well. So why don't we move there? So nowadays the organization is very, very flexible. So as what we want you to be agile, the organization is also agile in ensuring that people, we can move on people as well. For example, in our UPS, we have mapped everybody to a specific skill sets and domain. So we know exactly how many people are in .NET Java, how many people are on full stack, how many people are in Salesforce, and the 40, 50 people whom we picked up from colleges, we also know them, what are they good at, what did we get training from, and where we can move them after 6-7 months. So the agility comes from the fact that, you have to be clear that this is my favorite area to work with, but if somebody is something in life, you don't get what you want sometimes, most of the times.
Definitely.
Okay. So what you get it, you make a master out of it, but at the same time, you can also use that opportunity to go back and tell people that, I'm okay with this, but if there's any opportunity to look out for internal organization, not outside the organization, to say that, can I move to this department? But any early mover is also looked as whether that person is not agile. So you have to be very careful, very balanced, when you put across request to move from one domain to domain. But first 1 year is normally a time where an organization will like to also explore where these people are good at, where these people are not good at. So make use of the 1 year to find whether you fit in or not fit in, and then accordingly make it.
Yes, thank you.
I'd just like to add, sometimes agility from a student community lens is interpreted as, oh, I've been in this team for 1 year, let me get agile and move to the next team. That doesn't work in real life scenario, because we also want you to give back. 1 year you're learning, as he said, right? There's a boot camp, we invest a lot, you have to learn the business. Agility comes in understanding the business, understanding the team that you're part of, going deep and having some expertise in that area before you think you have to move on. So I would say practice agility in some of these ways versus saying, okay, I need to be a rolling stone and move from one team to the other. That doesn't give you that long-term stability, or will you be seen as somebody who has that expertise in something?
Yes,
so make a cautious choice.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you, panelists. I think we have a time check and we need to wind up our conversation. Thank you very much for each one of you sharing your thoughts, and it was very invigorating for us to revisit some of the oft-repeated conversations or topics. But definitely, when we talk, we get a new idea or a new information which comes through. And hope the discussion was useful for all of you students. And please feel free to reach out. Like, we'll be here for some time. And in case of any queries, they can come back to us off stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Rama, for keeping us together. We've been an enthusiastic panel, but you kind of gravitated all of us pretty well. Thank you.
May I request all of you to please stay back for a few minutes. I'd like to request Ms. Sumiti, Deputy General Manager, ELCOT, to please come on the stage and felicitate all our speakers today. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? First, we have Ms. Ramadevi. Can we put our hands together? Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Charan Kumar Shetty. Can we please put our hands together? Next, we have Ms. Jayanti Vaidyanathan. Next, we have Mr. V. Mahadesha. Can we please put our hands together? Last but not the least, we have Mr. Shrikant. Can we all put our hands together, please? Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and perspectives. Let's take inspiration from the ideas shared today to drive innovation and collaboration for a brighter future tomorrow. Thank you so much once again. In another 5 minutes, we'll have a panel discussion on the topic From Tamil Nadu to Globe, Beyond Borders, Expanding Tamil Nadu's Digital Workforce. May I request all of you who are standing to please be seated. We are going to begin the next session. May I request all of you to please be seated. We are going to begin the next session. Once again, may I please request all of you to please be seated. We are about to begin the next session. May I request all of you to please be seated? Thank you. Now we are moving on to the next session, the panel discussion on From Tamil Nadu to the Global, Beyond Borders, Expanding Tamil Nadu's Digital Workforce. For this, I'm going to request the first speaker to come on stage. And for that, I'm going to invite Mr. Cornelius Conlon, Managing Director, Merit Group. Can we all give a huge round of applause, please? He's the Managing Director at Merit Group, a leading provider of digital transformation and technology solutions. With over 20 years of experience in the technology and consulting sectors, he has built a successful career, experiencing marking and by a strong track record in strategic leadership, driving Merit Group's growth, helping clients navigate complex digital transformation and delivering innovative solutions. We welcome you, sir. Next, I would like to call upon Mr. Unikrishnan Anil Kumar, Senior Director, Head of Delivery, Explio. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? He's a Senior Director and Head of Delivery at Explio, a global technology and consulting firm with over 2 decades of experience in leadership, project management, and technology delivery. He's responsible for overseeing the company's delivery operation and ensuring seamless execution of clients' projects. His expertise spans solutions across diverse industries. We welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan, Vice President and Country Head, India, Dexican. He's a transformative leader with over 30 years of experience. Under his guidance, Dexian has achieved global growth, redefining global capacity centers through innovation and operational excellence. Starting as a chartered accountant, he transitioned seamlessly into technology, leadership, enhancing financial modeling, ERP systems, and successful mergers. We welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Ms. Swarna Sudha Selvaraj, Global AI Talent Development, TCS. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome her on the stage, please? She's the Global Head of Talent Development at TCS AI. Cloud is a vibrant HR leader with 20 plus years of experience. She established AI Cloud Academy, pioneered the Making AI Real model, and drove TCS to lead the data and AI certifications, transforming challenges into opportunity. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you, sir. You can begin the session.
Hello. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks for the introduction. So it's 12:50. I know it's like during the lunch time. It's always difficult to hold the people. In fact, as a small saying in Tamil, Seviki unavillada poludhu siridi vaitrukku miyappadum. So it's like only when you don't hear something, you go for the eat. So now you're going to hear plenty. I think probably you can stay back here. In fact, the panel which I have, very eminent personalities, and last 3 days when we are talking about it, like too many things which came out in our mind. We want to share those with you guys. But before I start, at least like to make the whole crowd energized. Of course, like I could see some empty, but like still I just wanted to make it more energized. Anybody who's less than 30 years of age, probably make a big voice here. Go Tamil Nadu is the word, and we'll conquer. So can we make a big noise here so that like it gives the goosebump for us to kind of present it more better. So anybody less than 30 years of age can shout. Over 30, if you feel you are over 30, don't shout. If you feel you are under 30, please shout. Go Tamil Nadu. Go Tamil Nadu. That's great. Let's start. Okay. So Tamil Nadu, the global workforce, digital workforce, we all know that like it's expanding and we are serving the globe. So what it makes interesting from the Tamil Nadu standpoint, in fact, I take a pride. I come from Tamil Nadu, studied here, so it's a lot more pride to kind of present it that way. If you really look at it, the Tamil Nadu has the ecosystem which is built on the IT side of it, especially the digital workforce. The first tidal park came in Tamil Nadu. In fact, that's a tech park. After that, like there are few other tech parks which are out there. Tamil Nadu accounts for somewhere close to 75.3 million square feet of the grade A building, which is close to about 10% of the overall in India, which is consumed in terms of the grade A building. That's the first best thing to happen. Of which, in fact, I wanted to kind of give the perspective of the export revenue, which is over 28 billion, which is again a 10% of the overall revenue, which is to 280 billion. So with that revenue, which means a sizable amount of tech workforce is here, it's obvious that like Tamil Nadu is poised to the next level. More importantly, I could take it, all the multinational companies are here, Indian multinationals are here, foreign multinationals, product companies are here, even the Indian SaaS companies which are going global like Zoho, Freshdesk, and all those companies are incubated here. So which makes it so interesting. There is a wide variety. But the one interesting part which I wanted to bring it out in Tamil Nadu is not just IT. There are non-IT segments. Automobile, it's called Detroit of India, South Asia. So the automobile segments, the healthcare is so good. The tourism is vibrant here. So these also contribute to the IT sector a lot in terms of building up the knowledge hub for India as well as for the globe. There are certain policies. In fact, we are going to talk about it. The startup and innovation policy, which is about like 10,000 startups before 2026. Cybersecurity policy to start the cybersecurity companies, and ICT policy to enhance tier 2 and tier 3 companies. All those are in the right directions, which makes it even more interesting for a global perspective. The last but not the least, the colleges. I don't have to say this. Young, vibrant community. You name the arts and science colleges, engineering colleges. Apart from that, like you have the Mathematical Institute, Statistical Institute, Agri Institute, the healthcare universities, everything is out there. So which means a knowledge hub, it's truly a knowledge hub, and that's where the knowledge industry flourishes. So with that start, I think probably we should move on to ask that question. The first question which I really wanted to kind of ask, we all go to various countries, and especially the students, I could see a lot of student community. We all go to various countries. We aspire to go to various countries, right? But do you know one person who's here, who has come from Ireland, and next week is going to participate in Alanganallur, is a bull tamer. Can you all believe that one's like kind of somebody who is so ingrained into Tamil Nadu, and more importantly, he likes to stay here. So I really wanted to, what takes him the last 15 years he is here, 15 years of his experience in Tamil Nadu. And of course, every time I need to ask him. Last time we were in the same panel. This time also I'm going to ask the same question. Vanditingla?
Vandateni Sola. Yes,
so,
which is the only reason I came to Tamil Nadu.
It's like
Vandatena Sola, the great Rajinikanth, is the only reason I came to Tamil Nadu. No, I came initially in 2001, where I had an office in Tidal Park, which is opened by Mr. Karanunadi, I think Mr. Stalin's dad, which was a really impressive facility. I was a big determinant in attracting my business to Tamil Nadu, but ultimately it's the talent, and you might come for a certain reason, but the reason you stay may be different, and it really is around talent, people, and what the value add that they're going to bring to the organization, to our customers, and that's you folks, a lot of you, is really why we're here, and if you're able to rise up through the curve. But it's been an interesting experience, and if I go back to 2000 and 2001, the talent pool was perhaps a little bit less evolved. I remember going to Anna University, to the computer science department, and they didn't have very many PCs. or computers available. Now, that doesn't mean you cannot learn the basics of computer science, and you're still well able to get on top of algorithms or understanding the theory, which was very impressive. And weirdly, I was impressed by the fact that the students knew so much without having access to a lot of computer labs or computing time. They still had the smarts to get there. So that was like 20 years ago, and now that picture's changed dramatically. And I think, just in terms of facilities and infrastructure amongst the colleges has improved a huge amount. But also the world in which you will enter has also moved forward. So, keeping that gap closed is definitely a challenge. So while you've got all the labs and you've got all the equipment now, again, it's just stretching you all mentally and in terms of intelligence. And those raw foundations around computing, those computer science basics about understanding the hardware, maybe assembler, and the software that layers on top is still really important. But there's still a stretch now in the AI direction. And can you guys evolve? Can the education institutions evolve and grow and progress really fast? Because the half-life of knowledge now is probably about 6 months. Like in 6 months, the tools we're using today will be different in 6 or 9 months. That used to be a 2-year, 3-year cycle. So I guess in your universities and your colleges, you need to learn how to adapt very quickly. You need to learn how to learn, and you need to learn how to adapt really, really quickly. So I think that's where we are today. And in the future, if I can finish on that, I think there's a great future for, if no other reason, the population age gives Tamil Nadu a huge advantage. And to be fair, the governance here, I think, is quite good. It's relatively, I think, light touch. And that's good. I mean, governments and bureaucracies tend to want to get involved, tend to want to interfere, tend to want to regulate and help. But actually in Tamil Nadu, I think there's a pragmatism that sometimes less government is better. There's less interference, less telling you what days you can work and what days you can't work, and maybe the Labour Department not being so aggressive. So I think the governance here is quite good. It's quite stable, it's quite predictable, changes. DMK, back and forth, but generally speaking, there's been a pragmatism towards business that I don't see in other states, if I'm honest. So I think that's also very, very helpful, and credit to the people of Tamil Nadu. Yeah.
Fantastic, Con. Thank you. Thanks for the perspective. In fact, the 2 points which you touched, one is learn how to learn and learn how to adopt. It's an interesting fact because we all learn and we forget, but learning how to learn is like a thing which we need to practice it. So with that, I think he also touched upon one more point, which is the average age, Swarna, which is the average age, which is less here. And then he also touched upon the interesting mix of Tamil Nadu. Of course, 15 years he lived, even more than I do here. So which means that like he is more Tamil than I do. So you are in Tamil. You are born and brought up in Tamil Nadu, and you moved to UK. He moved from Ireland to India. You moved to UK, and then you have a statement to say that like you return back, right? திரும்பி வந்துட்டேன் பார்க்குறீங்க. So what is that which you kind of look at it as a future for this workforce, especially the young age population, and also the female workforce, which is also going up. So how do you look at it, Tamil Nadu, in the future?
Sure. First of all, hearty congratulations to the Umagine team for putting together such a beautiful conference. And then I would like to thank my organization for giving me an opportunity to be here with all of you. So, Vanakkam Chennai. Thank you. So the dialogue that I wanted to continue from Khan is Tirumbi Vandhutennu sollu. Okay. So I was told that, we'll have a lot of youngsters here, especially young women students and all, along with some experienced professionals. So I took this some extra seriously and prepared notes, mainly because we have a bull tamer, okay, and I better be careful with everything. So to answer your question on the young India, young Tamil Nadu, The first thing I see as an opportunity itself is the hunger as Tamilians we have in Tamil Nadu, right? There are multiple statistics to show us what is the difference between our state and others, between India and other countries. Is hunger the first thing, and how inclusive and accommodative we are. Having an Irish person coming and living with us happily is an example. Now, what are the opportunities in the future? It is very nice to see that we have the hunger. That is something which is good. Now, when we look at opportunities, from a government perspective, seeing so many students attend a conference like this itself is a great opportunity. Now, looking at an opportunity, that's good again, but how will we transform that into something that is going to help you? That's going to be future. Applying yourself to any possibilities, that's going to be the future for all of you. That's the first thing I would like to bring out. And then the amount of universities and the labs that you've already brought out, right? Now, along with it, you can also get additionally prepared for the AI world, which means there are learning opportunities that are available that you could use, which we see that, yes, there are students who are utilizing it, but then what is the best way to utilize it? We'll talk about it a little more. So getting global certifications to make yourself global citizens in the AI world is the second thing that you could look at and which will be very useful. And then the kind of organizations that we have. Kumar brought out that we have every kind of organization. I would like to quote my own organization, Tata Consultancy Services. We have a very interesting policy called the Certification Reimbursement Policy. What this means is that an employee of TCS, if they want to get certified in any global certification or any national certification, they could get certified and it will be reimbursed by TCS, which means TCS sponsors certification. This doesn't stop with just employees, but anybody who's got an offer with TCS also get an opportunity to get certified. This is part of our post-offer engagement program. Most of the colleges, I think, we come for campus recruitment. So that is something which is an opportunity for you. You could utilize that opportunity. And many other organizations today also are picking it up. So that's something you could watch out for and take up. And there are many industry partners. Within TCS, I can tell you TCS ION as a platform, wherein interesting courses are offered in partnership with IITs, IIMs, specifically AI courses that also you could look for and take up. Mainly the message is that you have the hunger, the opportunity is around. So you will have to bridge the gap, place yourself there, apply yourself and get there. That will be the differentiator.
Fantastic, thank you. So the certification is a key. Of course, like it should reach the college level. That's what you mentioned. So which means to reach the college level, we have to build the infrastructure to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and we have to move further just from the metros to other areas. Of course, Uni Krishnan, so you have been always here. You have not returned back, or you have not come here. It's like always been here. So, and also we know that like Uni Krishnan, we have another Uni Krishnan which has very, very sweet voice here. So of course, everybody wants to hear your voice also in terms of what kind of infrastructure you see in the tier 2, tier 3 cities that can attract the talent, especially when we wanted to create a remote workplace or I would say extended workplace and build the tier 2, tier 3 cities. There are policies also around it. So the government is taking a lot of initiatives and incentives to come out with that. But to take it to the tier 2, tier 3 cities, what kind of infrastructure which we need to create, including the internet connections and things like that, so that like it becomes easier for the universities to adopt as well as the corporate to adopt to the tier 2, tier 3 cities? And what are the advantages which you see that one that way?
And I think, first of all, I feel it's a privilege to be part of this esteemed panel with great gentlemen and ladies here. So my voice may not be as sweet as Uni Krishnan's voice. and second,
it's still, yeah.
Okay. And probably I also came, I'm not born and brought up in Tamil Nadu, but again, Tamil Nadu became my second home. After my college, I had the first opportunity to work with Ashok Leland here. And then I moved out, but I came back. So again, I also went out and then came back. So I think the question, what is the infrastructure that we need to develop in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities? I would say today there is not much of difference between Chennai as a metro and the Tier 2 cities, which Khan also touched upon. Looking at cities like Madurai, Trichy, or Coimbatore, they have come up a long way. And today I do not feel a difference between being in Chennai has a different advantage, or being in Tier 2 city has a disadvantage there. So it's really come up well. I think you touched upon those policies which the government has already put in. And there's a lot of development happening, IT parks being developed in the things. That gives a real good advantage for the industries to come in. And Tamil Nadu has a real good advantage of the diversified industries. I know most of you would know that Tamil Nadu is the state with the highest number of industries. And again, a very diverse kind of industry. It's not focused on one. Chennai is called the Detroit of South Asia with automotive. I come from an automotive background in my previous jobs. So that kind of a diverse industry creates a lot of domain expertise also. So, and it is not again concentrated only on Tamil Nadu or Chennai as a thing. It has been spread across. The college education, the amount of colleges that we have, it's not again concentrated on cities. It is spread across all the different locations. So I think we are there. What we would need to do further is probably expanding the connectivity between the cities. Today, there are good road networks, good flight connections. Airports are there, but probably we may need to step up to the next level of connectivity in all those areas. Bring in the right kind of infrastructure. We already talked about, I think yesterday, the Chief Minister also announced a new tech parks coming up in Hosur. Hosur is a real strategic place because Bangalore has been the IT capital, so-called IT capital. And being very close to Bangalore, Hosur has the real advantage of capturing, if I be selfish about Tamil Nadu and then say Hosur is very strategic from that perspective to capture the business back from Bangalore. Bangalore has grown, sometimes I feel grown beyond limits, and I think Hosur can be a real good alternative for thing, and next to Hosur could be Salem. And so those kind of cities, so we will have to really look at where is the kind of education hubs today, and then look at how can we leverage that ecosystem available there, and then develop upon the right level of industries. It need not be only IT as a service there, but all kind of domains requires IT. Now IT has proliferated into any kind of industry, starting from agriculture to manufacturing or any kind of thing, hospitality. You talk about it. Medical world is the most transformation happening in that area. So any kind of industry coming up, IT services will equally get developed in those sectors. So I believe that's I think the government is having a clear vision of bringing this to a 1 trillion economy by 2030. And I think these policy decisions maybe have to be fine-tuned to look at those hubs that are being created. And I'm sure the administrative team is already looking about it and then do that. The second point I would look at is again inclusivity of people. Obviously, when we look at an industry to develop, it's not only fresh talent which is coming in. You need to have the domain experts. You may have to bring in experts from other states because we may or may not have the right experts for all the areas together. So inclusivity is something which has tremendously progressed. In my first stint of Chennai way back in 2001 to 2006, I saw a different Chennai. And then now, if you look at it, it's completely becoming cosmopolitan. So I think the cosmopolitan nature of Chennai needs to now get spread into the other Tier 2 cities. Could be Madurai, could be Trichy, could be even Tirunelveli, and the down south needs a lot of representation from thing. I'm very close to Tirunelveli and Nagarkol. I come from Trivandrum. So, so those are the things that we can work on.
Fantastic. In fact, just to kind of add, in fact, you touched a very interesting point, like the non-IT complement the IT, and it's very closer to that one. And second thing is you touched about like the various skill levels which are available. I just wanted to augment what you said. It's been 2,000 years. Tamil Nadu has a rich tradition, right? The first, the civil construction and the structural construction, for example, the Grand Anacut is built 2,000 years back. A dam, an irrigation project for that, a dam is built 2,000 years back when the world even not conceived that one. For example, some of the temples which are architected, structural engineering, even withstanding for 1,000 years, which means something they have done extremely good in terms of structural engineering. And we are talking about the beyond borders, so which means that like the naval and the ship building was done during the Chola period, and they were exporting to various European and other countries, Southeast Asian countries, which means beyond borders were touched even before that one. So even people thought about it, imagined about it. So that's the tradition which is being built. But it's all in the past, right? Like the future is always like kind of, now it's much faster than before. You touched that point during the initial thing. Every 1 year it's changing, and the adaptation should be faster. So what kind of infrastructure adaptation, which you're looking at it from your perspective?
Yeah, I think a couple of things to think about, and for the audience here to think about in terms of the future. There's 2 or 3 things that I think would be important. One is certainly communication skills and soft skills, and how you carry yourself is going to be more important. 10 years ago, we had that kind of waterfall model of software development, and you could have a sort of couple of front men or women, and then the team at the back whose communication skills might not have been great. But now it's all agile orientated, so that means you will be going on to a daily stand-up phone call or a weekly scrum call. Are you going to be silent on that call? Or are you going to have the confidence to articulate yourself? Will you have the language and communication skills to carry you? But really, will you have the confidence to participate really fully? And on that call, there will be people from Spain, Germany, Mexico, US. It is, we live in a very global environment. So I think in terms of your future challenge, and the challenge for the institutions that you go to will be around that piece of communication, confidence, and getting stuck in. I did like the point about the diversity, Umi. I think that's important. I think we're seeing a lot of North Indians in Chennai, which I would not have seen 20 years ago, and I think it's really healthy. It's easy to get suspicious about that or resentful about that, but it's a huge endorsement that the state is doing things really well. People are voting with their feet to come here, and I think that's really healthy. And I think that diversity, and it's again a credit to the state and to the authorities here who have kind of helped facilitate that, because that kind of ability to draw in talent and let it go again, it just shows a very confident state. Whereas I think other states that get a bit wound up about that, or a bit sort of touchy about the number of foreign or migrant labour, I think that shows a lack of confidence in their own stuff. So I think that's also interesting. And the second-tier cities, I mean, I touched the other day, the population of Madurai is about 1.2 million. Coimbatore is probably 1.5, 2 million people. That's the size of a good European city. Brussels or Dublin or places like that are around that population size. So there's no reason why Madurai, Trichy, Coimbatore don't become really important centres of commerce and expertise. So I think that's also, I think the government backing, and again, I'm afraid it is back to talent. The only reason we come is for talent. The hardware and the infrastructure is a kind of a given. I can get that in Eastern Europe. I could get that even in parts of Africa now. You can get that. So it really is down to talent, which I think if I was a government official, I would be investing heavily there, because I think that's where the future remains.
Fantastic. It's a critical thinking, right? So it's easy to build infrastructure, but the usage and the brain power to use that one, and it's required, it's available in plenty. We have to harness that one. So what a profound thought, Con. Thank you. But to kind of sharpen that skill, Swarna, I'm just going to come to you on that one. If you need to sharpen that skill, especially building the skill and get the international certifications, go beyond what they are doing, what they are learning in the colleges, building the skills which should match with the international standards, so that like we go serve the international organizations. What do you think that like how do they pursue that one? Because at tier 2, tier 3 cities, for example, they don't even know that like how do you go into the Microsoft certification with a costlier certification which are available? Should I pursue during the college or later? Or what are the things which they need to do? And you also, because you're coming from a large organization, you can also touch upon like kind of how the industry academia partnership or some of the mid-sized companies can collaborate, basically make sure that like people get the right certification, the importance of certifications, and to upskill themselves.
Sure, Kumar. So I'd like to share a story with you all. I have my friend and colleague, Vinod Benjamin here. He's sitting in the first row. You could meet him a little later. Why am I talking about him? Is we studied HR together. Both of us are not technical people, but we are working in a technical organization. That's the first point. Now, he started his career in TCS as a recruiter. He could have continued with that because TCS is a great inclusive organization, and he could have continued. Why am I specifically talking about Vinod Benjamin? He's a visually impaired employee, and he's our diversity champion. Okay? Now, his career was going really well when he wanted to train himself in accessibility testing with a purpose, so that people like him can benefit out of any platform that they are using, which we all are using, which we do not know how it is for a visually impaired person. So he's an accessibility tester, and he's able to provide solutions to many of the platforms on how it can be utilized. Now, accessibility testing learning he has taken to upskill himself. That's one perspective. In terms of certifications, there are various ways of looking at it. We partner with multiple organizations like Microsoft, AWS, Google, IBM, NVIDIA, and the likes of many other big giants. Now, in terms of certifications, there is foundation, there is intermediate, and then advanced. So, the suggestion is very simple, that you could start with the foundation. An employee who was studying, we picked up a fresher who joined us, a lady employee, women employee. She had completed already 2 certifications when she joined us. Okay? And there's this question always on which certification we should do. Should we go for advanced, foundation? Knowing the foundation is very important, but she didn't stop with that. She was in touch with her senior from college who was in our organization and was also participating in some of the challenges, hackathons that we organized. And today, she's more than 6-7 certifications and is at an advanced level. She is just 3 years experience. So this is what global certifications could do to career from using the opportunity perspective, but the effort has to be taken by the person themselves. That is what is the differentiator. This is from a certifications perspective. From an academia and industry partnership, opportunities are multiple. The one message that I would like to give to anyone is expertise is the new inclusion. So it's not just about the educational qualification. It's about how we are able to build that expertise to be included in any forum where our expertise can be showcased. And that's going to be the differentiator.
It's an interesting, and one point which needed to add here is, in fact, Tamil Nadu has been providing a lot more opportunity. There's a scheme called Non-Modal scheme, which is a unique scheme, and the students should get benefited out of that one. So it's like how you participate and get the certification. That's critical. How you upskill yourself, that's critical. So that's where that bridges the gap, in fact, between the various cities and also between the present and the future, how we wanted to make that journey. So taking it to that one, so Uni, what does the future holds? Like, what do you think? Typically, you are in a manufacturing organization, General Motors, a quality conscious person. I know it's like kind of Six Sigma. You have put the samplers like, okay, this 30 will go out because these are defects, or this 10 will go, these are defects, this 90 will stay. There is a methodology to that one. And even that 90, you have the best of things. Say some other skills like the cybersecurity, IoTs and things like that, you put them into the most advanced skills. So for the young audience and also for someone who is aspiring here, especially that in Tamil Nadu, to become a digital global workforce, what's your advice? Like how do we approach it so that like you are not part of the 10% who is taken out as a defect?
And I think the first thing that we'll have to look at is something which we are looking today as a technology may not be the technology which is effective even 6 months from now. I think 6 months is the shelf life of a technology that we are talking about. So the best advice that we can give is to understand what is the emerging trends happening in the industry. Be in touch with your seniors or from the people who are in the colleges. You will have to look at how do you check back with your alumni. What is that they are doing? What is it happening? And now the social media, you can say bad and good about it, but there are really good uses of social media. You have enough and enough of content which has been generated which are really towards educative things. People are interested to showcase the new kind of technologies which are coming up in that. And I would say that you can get a base level of understanding with any kind of technology from YouTube or any kind of methods. I would suggest to them to be very adaptive. You cannot say that I have learned about a particular domain, I have a particular technological tool knowledge available, and that's good enough for me for next 3 years. It's not even good for next 6 months. So that is where you can. And there are a lot of educational platforms like what she was mentioning. Those educational platforms needs to be used. You may have to invest in yourself, invest your time, invest maybe, I don't know how much of money investment can be done, but I think an investment on yourself is really what is going to make a difference in you. So I would say that would be my advice to the team.
I just would like to...
How about being the bull tamer at some point of time?
I think that's an important point. Like he shown us a certification saying that he's a certified bull tamer. So I was just finding an unlock to that. So he might have used videos, used AI, and did a lot of analysis to say that what are the strategies, and then you have done it.
Yeah.
So
in fact, I gave him two ideas. I gave him two ideas. One is the Rajinikanth's way, other is the Ramarajan way. Which you wanted to follow, by the way?
Right. Because the question was on certification specifically and the areas, I just wanted to add that the top areas that we are focusing as an organization is data, AI, cloud. So the foundation, intermediate and advanced that I was talking about, the kind of roles are around cloud engineering or data engineering, and then analytics, which is playing a huge role, new certifications on data visualization coming up. In terms of cloud, becoming a solution architect and then learning more about it. AI has a lot of new certifications which is offered by multiple groups. Like I said, Microsoft, AWS, Google, all of them have the AI certifications as well. This can be picked up from the foundation level itself. I just wanted to add on that.
Yes, go on.
One piece of advice is don't get too intimidated by all of those terms and all of the areas you can go. You can only do so much, right? So you could pick a segment where you think your skills will work well, like maybe in the world of data or maybe in the world of security, cybersecurity or security by design. You don't need to cover everything. And if you pick a discipline that you know has got a little bit of durability, we know security and software and technology that's built with security from the ground up is always going to be something that's pretty necessary. We know that AI in general is going to run for a long time. So you pick a broad area, and then within that pick 1 or 2 courses that you would like to do. It allows you then when you go to interviews just to use the terminology a bit more confidently and to have an exchange with an engineer about a different technique or tool that you've used. It may be out of date, there may be something else that's come in the meantime, but at least it allows you to have a conversation in an interview where you've got a level of credibility. And you're right, there's courses on YouTube, 3,000 rupee, 5,000 rupees, you can do stuff on Coursera, but you don't have to do everything. But just pick a broad area, like Toronto was saying, and within that broad area, pick another topic and maybe a subtopic. and just do maybe a 20-hour course on that, and that's fine. That's a really good start. And you do 2 or 3 of those over the course of a year, it just means you'll have that confidence that I spoke about earlier. And so, yeah, I think just be realistic about what you want to cover.
Fantastic. So we'll go from here very quick, one-liner. 1 transformative ideas for the future. Actionable plan, which do you have anything for Tamil Nadu?
For Tamil Nadu, as policymakers, I think you continue to have to back education and really push the educational sector to stay on top and really think philosophically about how they're training the kids and the youth of today. I think I'd be backing, and also sometimes less governance. Less is more. Less governance is better sometimes. Again, if I was a policymaker, a lot of the time what businesses want is no interference. There's a phrase in America that strikes fear into the heart of American entrepreneurs, and it goes, "Hi, I'm from the government and I'm here to help." So sometimes less is more.
Thank you. Swarna?
One thing that I could think of is bringing all the ecosystems together. Like we heard from the NVIDIA team that AI factory has to be set up, so which means the investment for that. And there are multiple stakeholders, bringing everybody together so that the supply chain is beautifully moving. That's something the government could do.
Vani?
Yeah, I would just say a different thing, that we are trying to train our people when they are at the final stages of their graduation or thing. I think the concept should go back right from the high school, or that ecosystem has to develop from that. It can be an entrepreneurial mindset, or it could be how the technology is evolving. So those kind of an inclusion from things, I think could be some of the private schools are doing it, but I think that's where the government should look at having an equal quality of education back into the government schools. That's really going to help us, because over the next 5 years is where we're going to go to a 1 trillion economy, and that's where the pipeline is far behind. So from that pipeline is what we have to start building up.
Okay.
I think it's a really good point. If you're a policymaker for Tamil Nadu, and studies globally have shown if you invest money in education when kids are 5, 6, 7 years of age, it's much more powerful than trying to invest the same money later on. $1,000 spent on a child at 6, 7 years of age has a much more profound impact on their outcomes than the same money spent when they're in their teens. So I think you're right. I think basic, like first level education, again, will be the area which, as a policymaker at least, you would be backing.
Fantastic idea. It's very appreciated. That's true. Thanks again. And first of all, thanks everybody for joining me here. And all the best to you for next week, Alanganallur. Would like to see on the TV to tame the first bull. And thanks everybody for participating despite during the lunchtime. We are not trying to hold you more than 1:30, but like extra 5 minutes. Thanks for bearing with us, and over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request you to please be seated. Now I would like to call upon Ms. Lavanya, Deputy Collector, Elcott, to please come on the stage and give away a token of love to all our speakers on the stage. Can we give a huge round of applause, please? First, we have Mr. Cornelius Conlon. Can we give a round of applause, please? Next, we have Mr. Uni Krishnan Anil Kumar. Next, we have Mr. Kumar Rajagopalan. Last but not the least, we have Ms. Varmasudha Selvaraj. Thank you so much for joining us. As we explore from Tamil Nadu to the globe, we deeply appreciate your presence and look forward to your continuous support and progress in making this place globally connected. Thank you. Thank you so much once again, sir. Thank you so much once again, ma'am. We'll now break for lunch and meet back at 2:15 in the same hall. Thank you. May I request those of you who are sitting in the back to please come forward and take the seats in the front? We are about to begin the panel discussion in few minutes. I would request all of you to please be seated. May I request all of you to please be seated? We are getting started with the next panel discussion. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of the day 2 at Umagine, Tamil Nadu 2025, where we inform, inspire, and innovate. We hope you all had a productive and engaging morning session. As we continue this incredible journey of innovation and collaboration, let's gear up for more insightful discussions, transformative ideas, and meaningful conversations that will shape the future of Tamil Nadu's digital landscape. Thank you for joining with us. Let's make the afternoon just as impactful. With that note, we are kicking off the second half with an exciting panel discussion on the topic of AI adoption across industries. And for this, I would like to call upon our moderator and speaker, Mr. Shankar Narayanan Vishwanathan, Vice President and Head of Business Innovation, TCS. Can we all join in welcoming him together? He's a business leader, industry advisor, and technologist in the CTO group in TCS. As Head of Business Innovation, works with CXOs to help shape the strategic business initiatives and unlock new business opportunities by harnessing the transformative and sometimes disruptive potential of technology. He's currently focused on helping customers prepare and build the future by harnessing the full might of generative AI, next generation operational technologies like robotics, 5G and Edge, a new intelligent, open and sustainable energy ecosystem, and a reimagined toolset for net zero acceleration. We welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon our first panelist, Mr. Girish Krishnamurthy, Managing Director, Tata Medical Devices. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? Mr. Girish Krishnamurthy is the Managing Director and CEO at Tata Medical and Diagnostics Limited. In addition, he steered several companies as Board of Director, Advisor, and Mentor. He is AI technologist specialist in business settings with over 3 decades of multi-domain experience across sectors like healthcare, software product, retail IT services, skills, education, and manufacturing. We welcome you, sir. Next, I'd like to call upon Mr. Ramanan Ranganathan, Chief Innovation Officer, TBS Supply Chain Solutions. Can we all join in welcoming on the stage, please? Mr. Ramanan Ranganathan is a visionary leader in the logistics and supply chain industry, currently serving as Chief Innovation Officer at TBS Supply Chain Solutions. With over 2 decades of experience, he has been pivotal in driving technological advancements and fostering a culture for innovation within the organization. He oversees the integration of cutting-edge technologies such as AI, machine learning, and IoT to enhance operational efficiency and customer satisfaction. We welcome you, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to call upon Mr. Kamal Hingorani, Chief Customer Officer, SpiceJet. Can we all join in welcoming him, please? He is the Chief Customer Officer at SpiceJet, looking after in-flight services, customer experience, and all international relations, besides being appellate authority. In the last 18 years since inception of SpiceJet, he has led leadership positions in roles ranging from marketing, operations, training, strategy, and network management, policy and regulatory management. He holds the additional responsibility as board member and chief officer at Spice Express. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, all. I think it's a unique pleasure for me to host this panel amongst these eminent dignitaries in the stage today. If we had had this session in October 2022, I very much doubt whether we might have filled up the first 2 rows in this hall. AI existed for over 20-25 years, not that AI came into being now. But suddenly something happened in November 2022, which was almost like God's gift to humankind. It is almost like the next big invention since sliced bread, which is the launch of ChatGPT. Immediately everybody caught the fancy on AI. And I also added AI to my CV because or else I realized the currency of my CV won't be there. It became, every industry started getting a FOMO effect. Will I be left out because if I don't adopt AI and so on and so forth. What really happened? What really happened? So I just thought I'll set a quick context before I open up to the dignitaries to get their perspectives. Digital transformation was the big thing that was happening. The focus on digital transformation was all about, can I standardize processes within an enterprise? Can I automate the processes and bring about a unifying fabric of the way an enterprise has to operate? Was the primary focus of digital transformation. Amongst digital transformation, we started adopting technologies like robotic process automation and a bit of AI to it to automate certain repeated processes in the enterprise in a lot more significant manner to enhance productivity. We've also used analytics to make it more data-driven decision-making within an enterprise, and that was a predominant focus on digital transformation and adoption of traditional AI. Then suddenly this generative AI came and hit us. And McKinsey started saying 6 trillion uptick in revenue. Look at the number of startups. We met up with a startup company a few days back, and they raised a 50 million seed fund for an 18-member team. They were very precise in the number of people they want within that organization. 18 members, 50 million seed funding, with a potential evaluation on day one of about 300 million, with absolutely nothing to show for. Absolutely nothing to show for. That is the state of startup ecosystem around AI right now. Few days back in CES, a lot of people might have seen Jensen Huang, NVIDIA, cast the new ball up there, saying that the next wave is going to be generalized robots. Now that is going to be the next big adoption of startup ecosystem and adoption. What is so special? What has really piqued the interest of the masses? Is because we as consumers, actually it is a marketing gimmick in my opinion. Okay. ChatGPT got launched as a consumer product, and I don't think they had a notion that it was going to become so big. People started asking questions, and suddenly somebody was responding like human beings. Natural language processing was a big barrier for industries to cross. The second big thing they were very fascinated about is, you ask any question, what did the fourth pharaoh do when making ambur biryani, vegetable biryani? It will answer a question. Its ability to aggregate information at scale and provide information at real time really fascinated people. And the third element is its ability to create new things, be it video, be it documents, be it a menu or whatever it is. People started realizing that now I have a technology where I don't need to know technology. I don't need to know data science. I don't need to know anything. I can modulate a black box to make me do a lot of great things. Great is the word under quotes. This created such a big fascination as a technology, even though it came as a consumer product, that people started saying, why can't I use it within the enterprise? Why can't I use it within the industry? How many places I have chatbots? Why can't I replace contact center with chatbots? Why can't I automate marketing generation? In fact, people said that is the end of TCS. Why can't ChatGPT create code so that we don't need TCS? That is the level of craziness that existed. So we are at a shape where it is continuing to burgeon, but I think this session is more to ground it in harsh realities. Okay? The intent of this session is, we want to hear from industry experts. They've gone through the blood scars of adopting technologies multiple times. They are pioneers in their respective industries, which means they are not shy to take risks, but they'll take prudent risks. Our intent is to hear from them and understand how do they view this technology within the industry landscape that they are right now, and then progressively make it forward. So we intend to run few questions through the panel, which I will do, but I intend to open it up for the forum as well. So please, because it is as good your session as it is ours, so please do keep your questions ready, because I'm going to open up for the floor for some questions as well. So with that, let me move to the gentleman on my left, Girish. I think you are in a very, such an important segment for Digital India, which is health, digital health, and the future of healthcare. How do you see AI? Does it really is it a hype? Is it a blowhorn or is it really transformative? Girish, your initial perspective, please.
Thanks, Shankar Narayanan, and friendly call Shanky. So Shanky, with your permission, I'll use some slides.
Please.
So that I can align myself for your question.
Sure, sure.
See, I specifically would like to stay within healthcare. So that while AI has got a lot of application, I would like to see how AI has been impacting healthcare. And whatever I'm going to speak during this session, it's all close to reality, what is currently happening. I'm not predicting what is happening in the future. So with that, I want to give a quick thought process. See, over a period of last 50 years, there are several evolution of technology happened from the time that semiconductor transistor came in and the latest to digital before AI revolution. There are several technology major event happened. And each one of that has shaped up our business, our society, our social behavior over a period of 50, 60 years. When you look at healthcare, whenever this tsunami of technology changes happen, healthcare is one never changes. And if you look at various industries which has adopted technology, every time healthcare is little before government. And rest of the first financial services moves in, and retail moves in, manufacture gets in, all of that happens, but healthcare never. If you really deeply think, why healthcare is not so friendly to technology, or why it doesn't want technology? It's very simple. When a patient is in front of a doctor, patients present symptoms and doctor knows what to treat. What is the use of a computer there? So that is we created EMR, we created hospital information system, we brought regulation, we brought this. All of this happened, but never technology got embraced in healthcare so easily. Of course, last 25, 30 years of innovation of technology in healthcare, if you look at it, most of the time it assumed like a diagnostics area, surgical areas, equipment areas, there are a lot of innovation. But really in the healthcare delivery, the technology never made any impact. Now, given this AI situation, what is going to happen? Before that, let's look at quickly what is the healthcare situation of our country. Just to give an idea, about 1/3 of our population, 430 million of Indians, are expected to become obese by 2030. It's an alarming situation. So it is practically impossible to create hospitals, doctors, and try to solve this problem. Only technology can help us to solve this problem. Will AI solve the problem? Just to go one step behind is, what is the current problem of healthcare? See, if you look at today in healthcare, whenever we fall sick, then we start searching for a doctor. So it is episodic in nature. You go for a headache, you go to nearest pharmacy and take a tablet. If you are vomiting, you go to a local doctor, and if you have a major injury, then you go to an hospital. Or a deeper chronic, acute diseases, you go to big hospitals. So it's a disjointed care. And most of the rules of the healthcare, when you look at it, the way the people treat you, is based on the payer-driven model. That is, some of the Western world insurance companies, they decided how a doctor has to treat the patient, and how a doctor treats us. Then it is the way we provision the care, which is the best way that hospital and doctor thinks that they have to organize themselves. And finally comes to patient. So it is payer-driven, care only in the hospital, and little far from the patient. So what we need in healthcare is a model where the care should be continuous, and it should be connected, and it should be proactive, and also it should be close to patient. When I say close to patient, not by distance alone, not only by nearness, but also dearness, and it should be patient-centric. Now, will AI solve this problem? I will stop it here. And then when you give me an opportunity again, I will jump in and say what I think how AI can solve the problem.
Thank you, Girish. For a moment, I got scared. Will AI solve the problem? I thought the panel discussion is going to get over very fast. So, And my only big takeaway for me is 2030 obesity. Immediately I tucked in my stomach. But I think it was very revealing what you said, because a lot of people are caught up in the jazz of technology. And as my grandmother always used to say, don't put the cart before the horse. Okay, and your industry is a telling example where you can talk about all the industry, all the technology prowess, everything that can, but come and show me where the rubber hits the road. Okay, and brilliant, Girish. I'm going to really take up on your offer and come back. But I'm going to move to a segment which, within quotes, always leads on technology in my view. They try to embrace technology quite significantly. And AI is no less. Moving over to Kamal. I think though his title speaks on Chief Customer Officer, I think he has a broader appreciation of how technology can make a difference for travel and hospitality, and particularly to his company. So Kamal, over to you, please.
Thank you, Shanky, and thank you, Umagine, to invite me for this wonderful event. I'm very impressed at the very outset. This is the first time I'm attending this, and I'm based out of Gurgaon. I just arrived a few hours back, and really very impressive. Nice to see a full house here. I see a lot of youngsters as well, who probably will be the ultimate leaders and outshine all the current CTOs of various industries, and I wish you all the best. Talking of aviation, yes, technology probably came to aviation even before I was born. You all, from a customer experience or customer interaction perspective, probably got used to technology if you've flown only when you started getting your PNRs on your SMS or things like that. And, you know, and all this has happened in the last 5 years. Like Shanky mentioned, that, you know, a lot has developed. And I'm not talking of AI as yet in technology, thanks to COVID. COVID actually came as a blessing in disguise, at least for aviation, from the perspective of embracing technology. There were so many instances when, you know, we are a highly regulated industry, and with all kinds of regulations, there's so much that we wanted to do as airlines to facilitate travel, make it more tech-friendly, but the regulatory conditions and the regulatory bodies were not too willing. At this stage, I will share a very small example. When you all have traveled about 3 years back on any airline by air, you get a paper boarding card and you may go through check-in or you may not go through check-in. When you cross the security CISF person used to stamp your boarding card. Now this physical rubber stamp on the boarding card is unique to India. Out of some 200 countries on the planet, I know of only one country where they were putting this stamp. And this started way back, some 25 years back after the Kandahar hijack, but I won't go there. And we've been trying to tell the regulator for the last 12 years at least that why do you need to stamp it? And let them go through. Stamping alone is not required because it used to fudge the data on the boarding card, and our cabin crew used to find it difficult that what seat number do you have, and things like that. Thanks to COVID, they agreed. Had it not been for COVID, we would have still you all would have still got those smudged physical boarding cards, because online boarding cards, of course, came very recently. And because we developed a contactless customer experience during COVID, and we at SpiceJet were invited by Ministry of Civil Aviation to lead the project, and we did that during 2021. So somebody asked me, what is your best takeaway during COVID when flights were not operating? I said, we did so much work on technology to make it contactless that you all can see today. And of course, every airline is adopting that now. And on the lighter side, when I used to sit in the Ministry of Civil Aviation and work with those guys, we had our own tech team who was working with them. And at one stage, some of them were still resisting. And I said, once you have an online boarding card, what will your CISF guy do? He'll tell you, pick up the phone, I'm going to stamp it here. And of course, they didn't like it, but thankfully I got away. And that's where we are today. From a customer experience perspective, there's a lot that technology has used. Going back 50 or 60 years, from a B2B internal perspective, you all don't know when, even when email or the web was not there, airlines used to communicate with each other across the world through satellite on what was then called Type P messaging, which was really nothing but today's email as you see it. So technology for aviation has been there, no, I stand corrected, 75 years. And of course it has advanced. I will stop here, let my co-panelist go ahead, and I will share more if my colleague here permits me on what AI can do for aviation. Thank you.
The colleague definitely, graciously will definitely take up on that offer. Moving to Ramanan here, who's been spearheading a lot of industry-centric transformations across industries. Your perspectives, Ramanan.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone, and very happy New Year to all of you. Thank you so much for letting me be part of this session. From a supply chain standpoint, it's a very interesting space we are in, because a lot of the technology adoption that we need to do in supply chain is complementing the technology change that needs to happen in the industries that we support, industries with which we work. So different industries are in different levels of adoption in terms of maturity of technology. And we need to create ourselves flexible enough and scalable enough to adapt to different industry levels of technology adoption. In supply chain, if you look at it, the core service that we deliver sounds very simple. It's a very simple delivery statement, saying moving and taking care of customers, the clients. Typically all our customers are B2B. So taking care of the clients' goods either before they get produced in terms of the raw materials that need to get managed for supply into their locations, or taking care of the goods after they are manufactured in terms of delivery, in terms of storing, etc., etc. So there's a lot of complementary activities that we need to do when we adopt technology. Having said that, in terms of the dependence or dependence on that, a whole host of post-COVID actually developments have happened within the supply chain domain itself in terms of how do you actually optimize the way in which the service is getting delivered. Services could be warehousing services, storage services. Second is how do you optimize transportation, the cost of transportation, the reliability. How do you make yourself more predictable, which is what clients want. And especially, and more so in the Indian context where there's a lot of manpower arbitrage that we keep saying sometimes, we are also proud of that. How do you actually improve the productivity of manpower using technology? And increasingly after this buzz of AI is coming up, more than the word AI, but there are a lot of surrounding technologies like I think you touched upon, Shanky, in terms of robotic process automation, machine learning and predictive analytics and IoT. These are some of the areas where I think supply chain has really seen the opportunity to adapt, adopt. So I think I would talk more about how those kind of technologies have actually set the foundation for scaling up using the new delivery value that AI is potentially saying that they will.
I think, Ramanan, you call out a very important point. A lot of startups and a lot of investment focus is on siloed AI as a technology. Whereas when you bring it into the enterprise, it is the intersection of AI with a lot of other adjacent technologies which actually creates the fanfare. I think it's a brilliant point you made. I want to take up on the offer because Girish had a fabulously good background behind us. Now that you have convinced Girish that there is an opportunity for you to leverage AI in healthcare, I am very keen to understand from Girish, where do you see AI adoption right now? What are the type of use cases that you're seeing in healthcare right now at this point in time?
Okay, thanks, Shanky. So I will try to show a few areas of development where it is happening. So the challenge what we face in healthcare, will AI can solve the problem? Most likely, that's what the technology promises at this stage. But one thing what AI brings it to healthcare, which is when we always looked at technology, IT, we looked at predominantly as an enabler. In the advent of AI, especially in healthcare, instead of becoming an enabler, it is becoming the core. And that is the big change I see what AI brings to the table. Now, let's take an example of whenever we are familiar with that in the last 10 years. Whenever you go to a doctor, doctor will be doing a consultation to you. Most of the time, you'll be looking at the computer screen and keep typing something. Now and then, if you feel bored, he'll talk to you. And that kind of a situation of computerization we are in. What we believe is, which we have implemented actually and proven, and you don't need a computer in doctor's office anymore. So no need of a computers in doctor's office. I'll just show you a demo exactly how it works. So the computer goes away and doctor continues to talk.
Doctor,
now what
I
happens?
see you are starting a consultation. Seeking your permission to assist you.
So the AI is in the background and ambient listening it is doing, like an omniscient kind of a presence. And the doctor continued to do his consultation with the patient. So the consultation is going on. So at the end of the consultation, the patient interaction, interpretation and inference, everything is not only transcribed, it is medically correctly populated and the whole content is available. It doesn't stop there. See, in the world, this is a typical EMR screen which you are seeing, where the doctors enter the data. There is no need for doctors to enter the data. Automatically, the EMR or the hospital information system, AI populates by itself. And this is also implemented technology. Then comes to, see, if you 25, 30 years before, if you have gone to a doctor or a hospital, they will do a consultation, then they prepare a notes called case notes or operation theater notes, surgical notes, procedure notes for everything as per the medical standard. There's something called a standard called SOAP. They have to prepare a notes. Nowadays, nobody prepares notes, everybody gives prescription. Because of the lack of time and the availability of these things. Whereas now, AI makes it to you, because that's the one most important. If you look at somebody's surgery, what doctor sees you at the time, the surgeon sees you when you cut open, that cannot be repeated again. That has to be documented. And most of the time, doctors takes 1 or 2 days before discharge, he documents it. And pretty much in the EMR, we cut and copy most of the information. Now, in the real time, AI allows you to prepare this notes. You can see the notes, how it gets generated for the consultation. Whatever the consultation, I put the real consultation, real life consultation. You can see AI automatically prepared the notes. Then it goes on. Now, it doesn't stop here, right? From this point of time, your diagnostics information, your other analysis available, AI gets to you to say, okay, what kind of a plan I can have for next 12 to 18 months to treat you. So these are all the major applications today, already ready in AI for healthcare. And this is an example I've given you to give an idea that where AI as a technology is available for healthcare. That means, in my opinion, AI is ready. Is healthcare ready for AI? And I'll just stop it here. Then I have next round I'll do something.
This is almost like a suspense thriller. It's looking like a Netflix serial where I have to wait for the next week to figure out what Girish is going to say. Can we just skip the 2 questions and go to the third question? No, I'm just joking. But the big takeaway is, I think it is a fabulous point you made, where a lot of people look at AI as bolts and glorious whistles on top of it. Whereas you are looking at the foundational digital spine of a value chain of a patient engagement with the doctor. My one submission to this is, if you can also add AI to write the prescription, it will be good. Because seldom I've understood the doctor's prescription because it looks like my PQRS wave. So I do not know whether it is my ECG report or a prescription, but if that can also be automated, I think a lot of people here.
Prescription is automatically generated.
Oh man, thank God.
That's what the part of the EMR. So no need to write prescription.
I think I have to write to Sam
Doctor
Altman.
doesn't carry pen, pad, he has to just treat.
So I think Sam Altman has to be gracious for Indian doctors. I think when moving to Kamal spoke about the boarding pass, and a lot of people have engaged with the SpiceJet, for example, the chatbot or any of the airline chatbots or the websites, etc. A lot of people see the AI manifestation in a particular travel industry from a consumer viewpoint. How are we seeing AI in automation, etc., etc. But when I was having an offline chat with Kamal, I was very intrigued to hear about their focus and leverage of AI to something extremely core, which I did not even realize matters. Perhaps I'll ask Kamal to give a sneak peek to it and answer the perspective of how he is looking AI for internal process transformation.
Thank you. So this is something that, of course, passengers are not aware of. Passengers as in customers. Internally, we have a lot of areas where we use AI and Gen AI, which goes a long way in supporting aviation in many ways. I will share one very important aspect where we use AI. For an airline, safety is the most important thing for any airline. Passengers or customers may look at it more from what is the food we'll get on board, will the flight leave on time, and things like that. From an aviation perspective, the most important aspect for any airline across the world is safety. And safety, because this aircraft flies and it must land at a particular spot. And of course, technology completely manages this. One aspect that we go further on safety is that, there's something called black box that you must have read about or heard about. That black box is actually what we technically call DFDR, which is Digital Flight Data Recorder. It records everything that happens in the cockpit and on the flight up to a level of 1000 milliseconds, and some 70 odd parameters are recorded. We don't need to use it unless there is an incident and we need to figure out why it happened and how can it be controlled. But what we at SpiceJet regularly do is there's something called exigencies. So I'll give you an example. You may have taken a flight and suddenly you've landed from Chennai to Srinagar and the flight has what we call a hard landing. It's a thud. Discomfort to passengers, but at times no discomfort. This may or may not cause any problem with the aircraft. It may cause a problem. It may ground the aircraft for a few hours and things like that, but may not. What we have is we have historical data of all our pilots and all of our aircraft. Each aircraft has a tail number, which is registered. Registered by the manufacturer. Could be a Boeing, Airbus, or whatever. What we do is and this is where AI has come in very, very handy in the last 2 years, I would say. We use this big data analysis from the DFDR internally and identify which pilot has had, I'll just take example of a hard landing because that's something which is, you all must have gone through. Which pilot has had multiple hard landings in a particular year or last few years? And is it at a particular airport? Is it at a particular time of the day that he operated the flight? And basis that, we identify that maybe this particular, any pilot, Captain Kamal Hingorani, has had a hard landing 3 times in a year, every year for the last 5 years. We then identify, the system identifies. And there are two ways to correct it so that it doesn't happen again. One is it's a one-on-one with the pilot, explaining to him that this is what you are doing and this is what you need to do right. Now, this is where the manual pilot interface comes in. The other is it more serious an exigency that he will need to go through a particular training? Now, when we do this constantly with all our 700 plus pilots over the last 2 years, we have seen that these instances are minimized completely. Now, this is actually, because see, what happens is, right now we are talking of, instances where it's just a short landing, it's a long landing, it's a hard landing, there's turbulence and things like that. This can lead to a serious incident if not checked. And you've read about various even fatal incidents that have happened in India and abroad. So this is something where AI comes in very handy and it makes us a lot more safe. Another aspect, if I can take another minute or two, is our fuel management. Typically, there's a certain fuel that the aircraft burns from point A to point B. It's predetermined. Technology plays a huge role on how much fuel we need to carry, how much will it burn, at what height it will fly, etc., etc. A lot also depends on how the pilot flies the plane. Can we save some fuel, even if it's 1%? And this is where, again, AI has helped us. And in the last 2 years, we have saved 2% of fuel burn thanks to what AI has helped us identify, that at what speed, what altitude can we change basis what the flight path was already. And just imagine, 2% may not sound big to anybody, but 2% of fuel, our bill is 6-7 crores a day for fuel uplift. Just imagine that 2% saving. So it's not just a saving for the airline. It ultimately benefits the customer by way of airfares. More than that, and as I look at it, 2% of fuel is saving so many carbon emissions. Each ton of fuel burned saves 3.15, contributes 3.15 tons of carbon emissions in the system. And sustainability being now a very important aspect, we are seeing what's happening with climate change. This is something that's extremely useful. And it's something that we've worked beautifully well. AI has helped us big time. And this is something we are very proud of as well. And there are so many more things that we do, but I will not monopolize everybody's time at this stage. If we have time, I can talk more.
Kamal, thank you. I think you would have seen, the audience would have seen two diverse perspectives. One where it forms the digital spine of for a business value chain. A lot of people focus on AI as automation and productivity improvement. Yours is about value creation. And value dissemination and value creation is a fabulous narrative. One final question to Ramanan before we open it to perhaps 1 or 2 questions to audience is, Ramanan, your perspective on supply chain transformation and how AI is central to it.
So, from the supply chain world, I think I'd like to elaborate basis certain use cases that we are attempting and met with reasonable success. Let me talk about a client who is a retailer of apparel, and we manage the logistics for their house, and not just managing their warehouse, but not just managing their warehouse, but also making sure that the apparel, the garments actually reach the respective regions on time. As you all know, supply chain works on one mantra, which is within the industry, it's called OTIF, on time, in full. So you need to make sure that the delivery that the supply chain provider, the third-party logistics provider, supplies it on time, all the time, and completely in full, without any errors, without any mismatches. Keeping this mantra in the forefront and trying to see how technology can help us. This apparel retailers, they had a central warehouse which is located in Bhiwandi near Mumbai, and they have close to around 9 to 10 regional warehouses located across the country. Now, as we all know, the garment industry is very seasonal. There's a festival season where the demand shoots up like anything, and then there is a lean period where the manufacturers are focused more on trying to work on designs and come out with the next season designs. So that means that the existing stock also has to get liquidated. So there is a certain amount of flexibility that is required in the entire supply chain to accommodate this variability and the seasonality of demand, as well as the adjustment of the supply to meet the demand. So we've used a lot of machine learning and prediction to see how best we will be in a position to not just optimize the stocks in the warehouse, but at the same time advising or partnering with the manufacturers to see how to actually manage the stocks in terms of from the supply side, as well as talking to the clients to see how the stocks can be liquidated for some specific units, specific models and specific brands. So how do you use predictive analytics and machine learning on a real-time basis, depending upon the orders that are expected tomorrow, day after, and so on? The second piece around, on the same example, I'll just continue on how we actually optimize the routes that the trucks need to take. It's kind of similar to what we heard about SpiceJet's fuel. The delivery that we need to do requires on-time delivery. So how do you use the available GPS ecosystem to see what is the kind of routes that need to be taken? It is not really developed or advanced, I would say, as of now, compared to some of the use cases we hear about what's happening in Europe and the US. But definitely we are able to meet up with a decent amount of success in terms of giving that track and trace on a real-time basis to customers on what is the estimated time of arrival of the goods in their respective destinations. Clients see a lot of value in this, and they are able to plan their downstream activities basis the input that we give. And what is the level of accuracy that we give? Right now we are upwards of 85%, I would say, but that's not good enough. I think we need to go beyond that. So in this specific use case where there's a strong seasonality of demand, how do you actually manage not just the inventory and optimize it, but also how do you optimize the delivery in terms of the transport optimization? The third piece that usually is not very visible to the external world is on the manpower productivity management. Very similar to what he talked about in terms of the pilots and accommodating the pilots and trying to distinguish different kinds of skill levels. Within a particular warehouse and within a particular fleet of trucks, basis the time taken, basis the kind of reliably which drivers or which staff within a particular warehouse are able to achieve their targets or achieve their numbers in the best possible manner, helps us screen different skill levels within the manpower in a warehouse. When we talk about a warehouse, typically, a large warehouse has got around 500 to 600 people. And it is important to actually use data on the productivity levels, on the performance levels, to identify opportunities for skill building, the skill matrix evolution, and seeing how we can improve the overall delivery using these kind of technologies. Thanks.
I think fascinating when you rip up the network of value chains that exist across industries where supply chain is fundamental to the whole thing. There is so much of AI and technology which has a play. I think we are running close to time, but if at all there is one burning question for the audience, we would love to take, please. Yeah, yeah. Hopefully it will be a short answer from our side.
Well, mic for you.
No, you try asking. Yeah, yeah. We'll.
And also for, fever, crocin, why do I need 5 years of MBBS? Right? Fever, crocin, stomachache, pandy, why do I need 5 years of MBBS? So, that disclaimer apart, do you think in India as a country, right, primary health care is a real concern? Do you think in a combination of, you can't have MBBS, 5 years MBBS and people everywhere in every village and wherever there is a need. Do you think time has come for, at a policy level, at a national level, short-term dedicated courses in combination with AI, the Anganwadi style approach to primary health care?
It's a very big question, and let me try to answer. The answer is yes. But let me take 1 minute to explain the current state of the country in the space what you are talking about. See, India is divided into public health system and private health system. And most of us may not have experienced public health system. So, just for example, if we take state like Tamil Nadu, every district would have about close to about 100 primary health centers from the government side. And we'll have at least 1 or 2 district level hospitals, and every block or taluk will have hospital. Then you have every village has got something called sub-center or a wellness center. Now, all of this government structure is not fully operational. Because of that, just to give you an answer, that country requires whichever the demography, city, village, rural, whole country, about 1.25% of the population requires care every day. That's a load, right? In COVID, it went to 3.5%, but generally the load is 1.25%. For the 1.25%, there are a certain amount of doctors is required. The issue is not the number of doctors. Issue is the capabilities of the doctor. A general physician who is there in rural India, there are, let's say, 10 diseases you get regularly in the rural India and go, 8 of them he cannot treat. Either he is not equipped or he is not trained. So certainly, AI can make a GP as a super GP. With that I will leave, and I don't want to get into education system, certification and all of it. We will deal with later on. It's a bigger problem to deal with.
I think with that, the hostess is waiting to usher in the next set of speakers. I thank the esteemed panel, Girish, Kamal and Ramanan, for an enlightening session. Anybody has any follow-up questions, I hope they do have some time outside to have a dialogue with them. Perhaps offline, because the next session is, we are late for the next session. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. May I request you all to please stay back for a few minutes? I'm going to request you to please stay back, sir, a few minutes. I'd like to call upon Mrs. Kriba Ranjini, Deputy Manager, ELCOT, to please come on the stage to present the speakers a token of love. Can we all give a huge round of applause as we welcome her on the stage, please? First, we'd like to felicitate Mr. Shankar Narayanan. Next, we have Mr. Girish Krishnamurthy. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We have one last session for today, which is on the topic Next Generation Technologies Transforming Space, Exploration and Defense Systems. And we have the speakers, Dr. Satya Chakravarti, founder of ePlace, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, outstanding scientist and Director General, PC and SI, DRDO, and Dr. S. Christopher, Chairman, DRDO and Secretary, Department of Defense R&D. I request all of you to please be seated to begin with the next session. We have one last session for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I request you all to please be seated. The next session topic is Next Generation Technology Transforming Space Exploration and Defense System. We have the speakers who are from DRDO, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, outstanding scientist and Director General, PC and SI, DRDO, and Dr. S. Christopher, Chairman, DRDO and Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D. We are about to begin the next session. May I request all of you sitting in the back to please come forward and occupy the front seats. Once again, may I request all of them in the back seat to please come forward and occupy the front seat. We now have our session on the topic Next Generation Technologies Transforming Space Exploration and Defense Systems. And the speakers for the sessions are Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Outstanding Scientist and Director General, PC and SI, DRDO, and Dr. S. Christopher, Chairman, DRDO and Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D. We are now going on to the next session, which is on the topic Next Generation Technology, Transforming Space Exploration and Defense Systems. And for this, we have our first speaker, Dr. Chandrika Kaushik, Outstanding Scientist and Director General, PC and SI, DRDO. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome her on the stage, please? She is a distinguished scientist and a visionary leader at Defense Research and Development Organization, where she plays a pivotal role in advancing India's defense capabilities through groundbreaking research and innovation. With expertise spanning cutting-edge technologies and strategic project management, she is dedicated to developing indigenous solutions that strengthen the nation's self-reliance in defense. Her contributions have been instrumental in shaping DRDO's mission to provide state-of-the-art defense system to India's armed force. Can we all once again give a huge round of applause and welcome her on the stage, please? We welcome you, ma'am. Next we have Dr. S. Christopher, Chairman, DRDO and Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D. Can we give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage, please? Dr. S. Christopher, an alumnus of IIT Madras, is a renowned defense scientist and former Secretary, Department of Defense, R&D, Chairman of DRDO and DG of ADA from 2015 to 2018. He spearheaded the development of Netra, AWACS, India's key strategic asset, and oversaw the induction of Arihant and Tejas into service. Currently a professor at IIT Madras, he is driving innovative research on advanced smart radar systems. We welcome you, sir. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for your introduction. Let me take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity. Let me also give a special thanks to Dr. Chandrika, who was my colleague as well as the present DG of DRDO. That makes life easy for us to speak on the defense side, but notwithstanding that, we'll also explore on the space. The new generation technology or new gen technologies, how it is going to transform the defense systems. That is what the topic I'll take in the beginning. The defense systems are needed for any warfare, and is the war is going to continue, is going to be there, and what is the reason for the wars to come? In general, we assume that it is only because of a difference of opinion between two nations, the wars come. But there is also secondary players in all these things who has got a very good and very backgrounded economic reasons. Maybe for selling their products, or even to the extent of trying a new products of their own. That's the way it works. It is not a one-on-one player, it's a group of people. So will the war continue forever? In my opinion, as long as human beings are there, it is going to be there. Well, will it be in the same form, the present form? As you know, that long time back, it started with human beings, with a sword and other things, they were fighting the war. Presently, it is no longer like that. They try to, fight from a faraway distance. However, the type of calamity or the type of destruction, the type of problem that brought into the humanity in the recent wars, both in the Ukraine war as well as in the Israel-Hamas war, definitely makes ourselves to think slightly different. What will make a change? Only the technology will make a change. If it is a finance or economy is the ultimate goal, those who are in the cutting edge of technology will benefit. The present war will slowly change and will be fought from your own dining room or a drawing room in comfort. That means instead of human beings directly going and interacting with each other, could be your own slave, sort of a robo, or maybe an unmanned vehicles. Either could be a aerial or a underwater or maybe surface. They only will be fighting the wars. Presently, even UAV, if you look at it, the smaller segment, leaving the male and hail, the lower ones, about 5 varieties are there, starting from nano UAVs or a nano type of drones. Those drones have got a capability which can strike pinpointedly an individual. With AI introduction, it can also identify to large extent and take a decision on its own. Thereby, you bring down the bloodshed, but at the same time, you can have an impact. Certainly, the war will slowly change towards that. So unless otherwise we are capable of having those technologies, we will be, left behind. Again, in the economic front, we will be left behind. In addition to that, what should be the most effective way of impacting a government? Is it by inflicting a person with a wounds or by giving a mental stress? That means tomorrow if the entire city's signaling is not functioning, or the banking operations are stopped, or the ticketing is stopped, don't you think that is much more effect on more people, and which will bring in pressure on the government to not to indulge in whatever they are doing? That type of cyber war is going to be the order of the day. Last but not the least is, in the space, it is not going to be left high and dry. There are space wars where we have seen, even ASTAT, we have demonstrated the satellite, which is generally meant for a peaceful purpose, can also be used as an effective way of disrupting. That means even a satellite can be distracted by a missile or some other form of things. In the recent wars, many countries together probably were sending missiles towards, hundreds of missiles went towards Israel, but only few could penetrate. The reason being, they call it as a Iron Dome. What is that Iron Dome? Basically, it is a capability to detect. So you detect this, your missile, incoming missile, and try to probably stop that at an appropriate place or kill them in the space itself, so that the effective damage on your side could be minimal or nil. But you can also imagine Russia has deployed slightly a faster missile by which they could penetrate some of the places. So look at the war in which somebody is developing something and somebody is trying to find an anti for that. And again, you have to go for a special or a better way of overcoming that. Similar thing in terms of surveillance. People started using radars to detect the targets like aircraft, particularly any enemy aircraft, which cannot be seen by the naked eye or by the noise or so many other means. And all weather conditions, radars can see them for hundreds of kilometers. But then the wiser pilots started flying the same aircraft at a lower altitude. That means you cannot detect them. Because the radar, from the ground-based radar, the coverage cannot be hugging the ground all the places. If there is a hillock in between, you will not be able to see or detect in those directions. There were black spots in the direction capability of the radar. So what the wisdom dawned on to the engineers is, same radar, instead of being in the ground, put it on an aircraft and call it as an AVAX. That means your range of operation can be changed. Your range of seeing the object can also be changed. You can always see the low-flying targets. So this is how the game goes, one against other. It's the same thing is true even in the case of ESM and other radar scenarios. When the radar is detecting, it is going to give you a return. What we do is, sometime the target takes the radar information, tries to add its own information, like changed, deferred amplitude as well as phase, giving an indication as though the target is not in that place. So we call it DRFM, digital RF memory. With this, we keep changing them and thereby altering the information that goes to the radar. So there is always a sort of an action and a counteraction to circumvent. In all these things, only the technology that matters. So the next generation technology should take us to a place where we are economically better off without giving hindrance, or humanity should not suffer. Or for that matter, if you're long time back aware, all of us had chemical weapons. And by joining ourselves into the group of treaty, we have to destroy a lot of chemical weapons. Likewise, we are in the nuclear group, but then it's limited. So we have to be in a classified select group. We have to have the products. We have our nuclear submarine. Again, not many people are there. Only a select team is there. We are having our own AVACs. Only a limited people are there. We are having our own fighter aircrafts. We have a limited number of people, or our countries are there. All others depend on them. So either they have to be friendly or go along with their policies. It matters a lot in terms of in a geopolitical scenario, if you have to get certain things done, if your voice have to be heard, so it has to be, you have to have some technological power. Last but not the least is the war is going to be stopped or not going to be there? As I told you, it is not going to be stopped. But even today, you know that after selection of, President Trump has already declared that he may be adding Canada as an additional state to US. So that type of greed or that type of vision, one day or the other will get implemented, which may also lead to a war. So there is going to be always technological advancement, which only can help all of us to go forward in the defense area. Likewise, when we talk of, in the space exploration, it is not a science, it is not necessarily a scientific fiction that we would like to do. One is obvious that we would like to see, is there any other living object is there elsewhere in some other planet. In addition to that, we all know very well, possessing or having properties or the mines elsewhere is another way of controlling power. China has got several mines in South Africa. Thereby, they are the best and the largest seller of copper. One day or the other, all of us have to go and stand in front of them to get our, copper connected motors and cables and other things. Likewise, even the exploration abroad, in the space, is not merely for the sake of, having a scientific fiction, but certainly to have some sort of an economic advantage. There could be rare metals, which we have never come across in the past. We may be able to do better things with those things. These are all the areas in which the technology can transform and take us forward. With this, I would like to close and look forward for your questions, maybe after her talk. Yes.
Can you pull up? A very good afternoon to everyone. It is truly an honor to be a part of this distinguished gathering at Umagine, Tamil Nadu 2024. I would first and foremost like to thank Dr. Christopher, whose distinguished presence here, who has been our boss earlier, former Secretary DDR&D and Chairman DRDO. Sir, your contributions to India's defense and aerospace sectors have been indeed groundbreaking, and your leadership continues to inspire us all. I would also like to express my gratitude to the IT Minister, Dr. Palaniswamy, who is instrumental in my presence here at this forum. As we delve into this session on next generation technologies transforming space exploration and defense systems, I am confident that this discussion will inspire my friends in the industry, I see very few of them though here, to take up challenges, newer challenges, and to the students whom I am seeing a number of them present here in the audience together, to actually think outside the box, think outside the textbooks. What more is there? What more can we do? What is the problem statement? How do we actually resolve it? Defense, space, domains are but an extension of your curiosity, your ability to think beyond the what is being told to you. So first and foremost, start thinking, start questioning. Don't take whatever is told to you at the face value. So therein begins the curiosity, and that is what will lead you to answer questions that are today unknown. Today, India is one of the few nations who have done remarkably well in the aerospace and the defense sector. We have progressed sufficiently well in achieving self-reliance in the defense systems, which is the cornerstone of strategic independence and national security. Our capabilities today span a vast spectrum, showcasing our ability to design, develop, and produce world-class defense systems indigenously. We are self-reliant in designing, developing, producing all kinds of missile systems. We have our own indigenous fighter aircraft. We have the airborne early warning and control system, which Sir has led the development. We have our own all kinds of radars, be it there on the ground, on ships, in air, and we are also looking at putting some of them in space. Electronic warfare, which is a unique enabler in the warfare scenario. We have our systems in all the domains: air, land, water, space. And capabilities in these sectors allow us to operate in contested electromagnetic environments. We have done remarkably well in armored fighting vehicles, combat engineering equipment. We have the ability to develop, produce our own bomb systems, warheads, munitions, various kinds of rockets, artillery systems, communication systems, nuclear, biological, and chemical protection systems. We are equipped to handle a wide array of modern warfare challenges. But as Sir mentioned, technology is all evolving. And as we keep evolving the technologies, we need, towards offensive, we also need to have the countermeasures in place. So it's always a hide and seek game that children typically play. If the opponent has moved forward, how do you counter it? How do you make sure that you have the technology which is up to the level? So, as Sir mentioned, modern warfare is being revolutionized by the advanced defense technologies and systems, and digital technology per se is reshaping the entire spectrum. Systems are becoming smarter, intelligent, and with the use of AI and ML, almost every system that you look at it has software ingrained in it, and when you put in software, people also see, can we make it more smarter? Can we use the existing database that we have so that the system can learn on its own? We are looking at autonomous combat systems, unmanned combat aerial vehicles, unmanned surface vehicles, high energy weapons. Can we use the high energy lasers for critical defense applications? Hypersonic systems like the glide vehicles or the cruise missiles. They are the ones which are going to redefine the precision strikes and enable strategic deterrence in the defense systems. With adaptive EW systems leveraging the use of artificial intelligence, we expect to be able to tweak our response in real time to evolving threats in the EM spectrum. The technologies in spectrum dominance will enable effective jamming and spoofing, and if you are able to integrate it with the cyber domain, that will enable us to empower multi-domain operations, and our resilience in this is what will safeguard our vital networks and systems against hostile actions. The bio-enhanced and augmented systems have the capability to redefine how our soldiers work in the future. Exoskeletons, bio-enhanced wearables will improve endurance and mobility, while students of biology, I don't know how many of them are there here, neurointerface technologies, how does your brain think, And what you are thinking can be translated into real time into an application, and the action gets executed by the defense without our having to code a program and then send it through this. These are the frontier technologies where a lot of work is happening, and biodefense systems will become vital for detecting and neutralizing biological threats. Advanced stealth and deception technologies will enhance survivability and operational stealth success. And as we all know, quantum stealth materials, multi-layered dynamic camouflage, advanced decoys, deception platforms, these are some things which will give us the strategic advantages in air, land, and sea domains. Advanced munitions, missiles, making the munitions smarter, enabling them to retarget themselves in real time depending on where the threat is there, and allowing them to choose and determine a target amongst multiple targets while ensuring that it is accurate will reduce collateral damage. Long-range precision-guided missiles with stealth features, advanced warheads, and terminal guidance systems are some of the technologies which are getting incorporated into the newer versions of these weapon systems. In the digital battlefield, the cyber and the information warfare has emerged as a game changer. Some of us have seen a lot of times if there's disturbance in the cities and all, there is no internet, the internet outage. You keep struggling, Wi-Fi is not there, you're not able to get the internet and you become restless. So partly it is by design to see that wrong information doesn't go onto the social media, which will disturb the equilibrium. So these are some of the, how do we stop it? How do we avoid it? So information warfare platforms which are aiding the psychological operations, countermeasures for that, how do we ensure resilience against them? Similarly, enhanced encryption and secure communication systems will become essential towards having robust defenses against cyber threats. In the area of quantum and using quantum for various kind of systems, be it communication or computing, radar systems using those, these are the new technologies which will be shaping up the warfare domain. In the area of hyperspectral and multispectral imaging, there is a significant leap with the hastening up of the data acquisition and analysis, which provides unparalleled insights into materials and environment. The technologies in this field employ advanced imaging platforms which are capable of capturing a broad spectrum of wavelengths, enabling a precise analysis of the hyperspectral and the multispectral data. These tools will play a critical role in the applications from ISR to resource management and will enhance the material differentiation and pinpointed target recognition, which are essential for high-stakes operational decisions in defense and beyond. The space-based technologies, which are revolutionizing national security, and today there are a number of startups who quickly coming into this area. I'm also aware of certain students who have done remarkable work in this area. The space situational awareness, what all is there in space, what is coming in your way, either it is an offensive or your ability to know what is where. Just like you have the Google Maps today, do we have a awareness of what is where on which orbit is which payload orbiting around? So this will become critical in ensuring the space situational operation of our own space assets. This involves the ability to track the space debris and the managing collision avoidance using advanced radars and optical systems. And AI will play a more and more important role in this, in predicting based on the data that we have. The payload technologies will again play an important part. The hyperspectral, multispectral sensors, the synthetic aperture radars for all weather surveillance, and advanced communication payloads, ensuring a high-speed and secure data transfer is what are changing the nature of warfare. Launch vehicles and systems, our ability to launch payloads in quicker time frames will make a difference to our putting the necessary assets in space. The green propulsion systems are in the domain of space are reshaping sustainability in space exploration and defense. We can use electron propulsion using ion thrusters and Hall effect engines, which will offer efficient low-emission solutions. Similarly, the hybrid chemical propulsion enhances the mission flexibility. Space platforms and stations, which are critical enablers of advanced space operations. Similarly, we can have modular and expandable space stations which are being developed. Quantum and advanced computing in space will enable us to have space-based quantum key distribution systems. So all the secure messages, the security solutions that you want to have, we can have quantum keys and they can be transmitted in real time, and you can encrypt and decrypt using these systems for passing secure messages. Distributed and collaborative architectures represent a leap in global connectivity and mission agility. And you have seen the use of Starlinks, both for civilian and their support to the operations in the Ukraine-Russia war. So how space is being used as a great enabler in the civilian space as well as in the defense space. Inter-satellite communication using laser crosslinks can bring unparalleled speed and efficiency, while the CubeSats and the small satellite swarms will provide flexibility for diverse mission profiles. Advanced navigation and communication systems using the payloads in space. Exploring and resource utilization technologies will pave the way for sustainable space exploration. In situ resource utilization technologies enabling the extraction of minerals, Sir mentioned about it, and the use of resources directly from the moon and Mars. Are we talking fiction, or is there something that the youngsters will contribute to? Let us see. So as we look ahead, the focus on accelerating technology development becomes paramount for bolstering national defense. We have to look at rapidly expanding the capabilities, and to propel the technological advancements and foster innovation, we also need to have a robust framework which allows various agencies, various stakeholders to seamlessly work with each other, the user community, academia, industry. Establishing a single window funding mechanism which is tailored to the market-driven project requirements, collaborating, active collaborations towards a targeted goal. Some of the serious models which have yielded fruit in this direction are the France Aerospace Valley model, where a cluster is defined. They focus in specific vertical areas and help the ecosystem in the academia, industry, startup space to grow in the specific verticals in that domain. Similarly, the Germans Silicon Saxony. It is surprising to see that the industrial patents have grown by 15% by using of these frameworks, and the research collaborations have grown by 20% with the use of such enabling frameworks. A robust and resilient ecosystem along with an effective collaboration will form the foundation of self-reliance and defense and innovation in the defense technologies. As I see, there are 4 critical pillars. One is wherever there are dependencies in the ecosystem, be it in terms of subsystems, raw material, LRUs, we have to see how do we develop robust local supply chains to ensure seamless production, enhancing the linkages between academia, industry, and defense. We can no longer afford to work in silos. It is absolutely imperative that we work together towards a common goal. A skilled workforce, which is the backbone of innovation, we need to cultivate a highly skilled talent pool and foster a culture of knowledge sharing. This will enable us to position us as leaders in advanced technology development. And strong partnerships amongst research institutions and startups. This will help us to address the dynamic and evolving challenges in the defense and space domains and enabling a whole of nation approach that integrates all the stakeholders together. I'd be happy to take on any questions or comments specifically from the students. Over. Or the industry participants also.
Madam and sir, my question to you is, ma'am, one thing that we do not know in the country is, we do not even know that there is a company just at the next door or just at the neighborhood who is already doing what we want. Can the defense industry or the DRDO think about a forum wherein there can be a self-registration by companies? So we register ourselves and then there is a common database created across the country, because that is one thing I think the nation is missing. We go all the way, we do not know where to give what and how to get, because if you talk about defense, it's a big industry right from plastics. There is every technology area has a role to play in the defense. So can there be a database where it can be a self-registration, not a very laborious process of, I can self-certify or I can self-register and then bring out some information. If I can do a search and find out, say for example, plastics, can I find a vendor right at my place? And then if there is not good, then I get away. Can we do something of that sort, madam? Because we find it to be really difficult finding these links.
DDP, the Department of Defense Production, is doing this exercise to create an industry database. We also have a database, but that is not in public domain. But that's a good suggestion. We'll try to create a portal wherein the industries can self-register to say what all they are doing, and other industries can benefit from that. We'll take it.
Can I add something? We have a forum in Tamil Nadu, of course, AIDAT, which for aerospace industry we wanted to do similar kind. Because what you said is self-registration. We have seen in most often everybody says I can do anything under the sun. So there becomes a conflict. So you are not getting a reliable source. So as an association, we picked up certain products. You may say that, but we will also have an analysis on that. Then at the end of it, only a selected list we are preparing and giving it to Tamil Nadu government, so that at least that can go to as an official note to the none other than our DRDO or to that matter the defense production, so that any time when the procurement goes on, this list can be given to the foreigner so that he can pick up from these companies.
Sir, what he is saying is that the list, if it is available in the open domain, the industries also know who is capable of doing what for their consumption.
I agree. I mean, what I am saying is, one level better is that in case you can go through a process of accepting it.
We'll facilitate that.
Do we have any more questions? Okay, thank you. On that note, I'm going to call upon Mr. Guru Chandran, Director Revenue Officer, ELCOT, to facilitate the speakers on the stage. Can we give a huge round of applause and welcome him on the stage, please? First, we'd like to facilitate Dr. S. Christopher. Please accept this as a token of love, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Dr. Chandrika Kaushik. Please accept this as a token of love, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for the valuable insights you have given us in shaping the future and showing us the possibility there's more to do in these critical domains. Thank you once again. With that, we have come to the end of Umagine Tamil Nadu 2025. Thanks to all the speakers, panelists, and participants for an inspiring day filled with innovation, collaboration, and forward-thinking ideas. Let's continue to shape the future together. Have a great evening. Thank you.